Welcome back to another Saturday, guys. Last session was session 69. Now we're on 70.
Oh my god, 69.
It was a nice session for sure. We
9.
we planned out our room. Does anyone have any other thoughts of rooms we should add? Or is everyone okay with what we have?
Not for the initial sanctuary. I think we got enough to set up here.
Yep.
Yeah, the only other thing I could think of is a guest room.
Sure, but
Yeah,
I
we've got
think
the greeting room. We don't have anybody staying here yet.
That could also just
Yeah.
be the resting room. They could also stay in the
Yeah.
resting room, right? Like that's the same thing. But I just wanted to see everyone's thoughts on it.
I think the resting room can qualify. It's just like, what does it do? Well, the guest room is where the guests would sleep, and it's just like, I think as cultivators, if we think that they can sleep with us, then they can stay.
Yeah, because I don't think we want them to stay in the sanctuary.
Yeah.
If we don't trust them enough to be in the same room as we are.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Or rather, we don't trust them enough, so they're staying in the same room as us. It's also a thing.
I have a question on the. How many open swords do we have left? 3?
We have 4, 5, 6, sorry, 7 with the big sword.
Gotcha. Right, we made Guardian. Is there a red line or red tape on the access to the what's the name of our ship?
The orrery?
Ori.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. Mostly because it's on the card itself, which is on the Tesseract because that's the card holder. So it's on the Tesseract, which then goes down to the recreation card, which then goes down to the orrery.
Okay, because I was wondering when or if it's a good idea to try and remove the singularity from the CCC and give it to one of the swords, but that would require getting into red tape.
It's also been integrated already. We can't.
Yeah, I don't think we can take it out.
Okay, never mind.
Without destroying a station, maybe. But also, I don't think.
Yeah,
I think we've asked this question before.
Okay, my bad.
Taking the singularity out, not specifically for the sword in this case, but
taking it out is okay. I'm not entirely sure what the next steps are after creating Sanctuary. I believe we also have mini Guardian slowly being made.
I feel like once we create Sanctuary, then the path will become more clear, or music will start at the end of the hallway where there is a void of music and a lack of safety that we feel.
Yeah. Before we get too deep, I do have one thing that I need to go over and grab and put my phone on the charger. BRB.
Yes.
Be gone with you! Go charge your phone.
How was everyone's week?
It was alright.
Yeah.
I get to go see the puppies after this session that I'm probably going to be adopting.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Puppies.
Like official?
Like actual
adoption?
Puppies? Yeah, I guess. Not really official. One of my coworkers' their dogs had puppies, so I'm gonna probably be taking 2 of the ones at the litter.
Returned.
How are you gonna take care of them? You work really long hours.
I live right next to my apartment. For the first few months, I'll be using all my breaks to go and let them out until they're potty trained. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's not an issue. And once they're potty trained, and like actually properly crate trained, it won't be a problem.
Was there anything that the Guardian has told us, or like, do we know the next step post agreeing all the rooms for Sanctuary?
We have to make them into those rooms, basically.
We have to.
Which is
We have
why
to
agreeing
make
upon more rooms would make it harder.
Yeah, I think I like where we're at right now. I don't believe that there's a need for more, unless there's just something amazing that somebody says, "Hey, what about this room?" But
So for the treasury, we just need to take out a martial coin and drop it there. Not a very good treasury yet.
yeah, okay,
Library, I guess. You've got a book that you can just place there.
I have several books.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yes, my mental palace. Now, a library isn't just one book, unless, well, if it's just one book, sure, I can slap a book down, but I was assuming that it would want several.
Sure, we could carve out a couple of shelves in some of these rocks and then put a few books in.
Oh, yeah.
And then the kitchen and bathroom are easy enough. Just need to make a basin.
We have toilets. There you go. What do you do? You dig a really, really deep hole.
No, it's fine. I can remove all moisture from the feces and turn it into energy. And just turn the pee into energy.
Damn.
Powerful. I know.
I am the custodian. The janitor. Fear me.
Fear him.
I don't know what we do with the dried feces, but it probably doesn't smell very much.
That would be helpful, yeah. There's not a lot
we
of
got
places
extra
for the
storage
smell to
rings.
go.
We got an extra storage ring. We could just get my organizational one. Just move things to the mirror ring and then use that as the toiletry ring. Somebody steals it eventually from me. It's like, oh right, I never got around to removing all that stuff in there. My bad.
Fool.
What the hell?
He snuck in. You'll never know. I
We
regret
stole the
this.
ring that was sitting on the weird looking room with the hole in it. Don't know why they didn't defend it that much. Yeah. It's like, oh, I get it now.
It's the key thing that they have for most of those like gas stations. It's like,
yeah,
we have a key, but it's attached to something big and obnoxious, and they're just like, here, go use the restroom, bud.
I saw one to where it was like a Barbie and a Ken doll for each one, and you're just like, and it wasn't like in good condition or anything. It's like the most crackhead Barbie and Ken you've ever seen. It's just like, what the fuck?
Why not? That's what I say. Why not?
What does the nursery need?
it's already got what it needs. It's got the soil to nurture them and
Oh, okay, never mind.
the swords to nurse.
I wasn't sure if there was like, do we need changes of diapers?
Resting room needs some slabs. I don't know how we
just
slab.
you just cut out slabs from the floor and put them slightly above, and then it becomes like a raised bed. Or raised meditating spot.
Training room just needs a cleared out area.
Weights? Oh, okay.
We've already got rocks. You can pick up rocks if you want to, I guess. There's our weight set. It's just a
Well, how
pile
do
of
you
stuff.
train? I lift rocks. Hey man, that is the best grind weight set.
Yeah. And it trains grip strength pretty
What do
well,
you
too.
do? Yeah. What do you do to train? I lift rocks. Wait,
I lift
what about
rocks.
like
I
the
punch
overhead?
rocks. I drop rocks on
I
myself.
break rocks. I make big rock into smaller rock.
I make smaller rock into bigger rock. That takes a whole lot of pressure. Just take two rocks and you smash it together.
Big rock.
Impressive workout.
And at the end of the day, I've beaten the rock.
What's your Dow? Come
Rock.
on, man. Yeah.
The Dow of rock. Okay, then.
All right. Bathroom just needs a basin and a hook to put my ring on.
There you go. I'm going to reread what it takes for my mental palace to create a book, because I know I can just make a book and like pull it out. That's the wrong page.
Bronze. Oh. That works too.
Minus 20 willpower test. Summon any knowledge. Okay. Is there can I make that willpower test real quick?
For what?
To manifest one or several books into the library.
I mean,
And if I have to punch rocks to make shelves. Hunter. Of course.
Yes, of course. It is always as planned.
Okay, well, I failed, so I didn't lose it. I didn't lose the knowledge. Can I just try again?
Is it pulling something from your like mind palace or something?
Yes, that's what this is. Trying to pull one or several books out of my memory palace to qualify this as a library. And I was going to pull out most of my plant books that I have stored in there.
The flora and fauna books.
Yes. What were you saying there, Matt?
You can try again.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. You can remove those check marks from your character sheet.
Alrighty. And it's a decent amount of them.
Now, you can do something different. If you don't want to like lose the knowledge, you can take time in your mind copying it down to make another copy, which then you can extract. That doesn't make you lose the skill check marks attached.
So we've got several books as well that we could put there, but they're valuable. Very.
Yeah.
So I've got like the first edition copy of the book that I wrote that has a whole lot of money behind it, which most people probably wouldn't really care about getting. Doubt if you're here, you know mathematics. So I'll put my first edition copy of the book
Alright.
down here. I don't think we want to put the reinforcement books anywhere besides our person right now, though.
Mm.
Except maybe the not special ones.
For the for the flora and fauna, I would like to try and keep the knowledge, but if I have it in, if I can just reabsorb it at a later date, or just only do the ones that I've already read, and not just like absorb the knowledge, but it's just like, hey, no, I physically sat down and I read these books. I have a copy in my head.
If you go out of your way to build a copy, you're fine. You just got to do the action of building a copy in the first place.
Okay. How long would that take? Because I've only read 5 of them. I've only fully read and gotten check marks in 5 of those books out of the 24.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to read them again to make copies.
Okay. For now,
Nothing too crazy, but it's still something you have to put in a little bit of effort for.
understood. For right now, I will simply have them there because the other ones I didn't even get to, and I'm only very short way into the series itself.
Hmm?
That I'm not. Is there any indication that, hey, you've successfully created the library? Because I don't know how many books we need.
No indication. Yeah, there's no like a quest marker that pops up or anything.
Understood.
Okay. I'm assuming that we'll feel sanctuary once we've successfully made all the rooms, but we'll see.
Yeah. These are all the books that I actually am willing to part with, and at this time, we're just easily willing to part with.
In the kitchen, we would just need like a place to make a water basin and a slab to heat things.
Return the slab.
Slab. Why do they keep saying that whenever I say slab?
Hey, Slab!
Return the slab.
Returns the slab. You've won the sword carnival. What? Nobody else returned the slab.
Yeah, you guys are pretty upstanding fellows.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah. Most of those other guys are kind of jerks. So we cursed them.
They're now slabless.
Would you want a survival roll to make said water basin and slab, and possibly cooking fire underneath?
Sure, yeah. Survival would be great for all that stuff.
Yeah, so what's my perception? Yeah, it's still high. I think I'll pass this.
It's a
Is there any
stone water
negatives?
basin.
No. You have basic survival skills, man. Like, who
Yeah.
knew? It'd be so helpful.
Yeah.
Now, if none
Lab
of you
and
had
water
survival skills, this would be really hard.
basin.
Yeah, not a problem. All right,
Nice.
you wanted to go ahead and put in chat for me so I can find the token assets because I'm going to be building this room alongside y'all.
Alrighty. I'm adding the library as well, or
Sure.
Okay, okay. So I've got a plan on making the basin itself. Bookshelf and boulder seats. Water basin and slab of stone over a cooking fire.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, so it's just like an asset of just like maybe just a bring like a campfire looking thing.
Yep, I can do all that. It's fine. Not a problem.
Um, Savalar, do you have a fair martial coin for the treasury?
Sure.
Drops 1 martial coin in. Oh, wow. We're rich.
We're rich, bitches.
Piles of it.
I'll just literally
Water-
put all the carry you have. Just put it in there.
All
You ever
of
Instead
it.
seen-
instead of carrying it on person.
Okay,
Just put
okay.
it in there.
You guys ever seen those games to where you walk into an area that has like piles and mountains of gold, and then you have like one interactable loot area, and it gives you gold, but you're still just surrounded by gold, and you're just like, what about this stuff? What's this?
Oh, wow. 15 gold pieces.
Yeah,
Huh.
that's the worst part about it. It's like, hey, here's a giant pile of gold, 15 gold, and then it disappears.
It just-
That's the best. Like Baldur's Gate, Larian Studios done that with through their games so far. It's like here's a giant pile of money that isn't actually money.
No, it's that. Yeah, that's really funny.
It's
Viva
inflation
La
money.
Dirt League did something funny with that, where there's the giant pile of gold inside a chest, takes it all, gives it to the other guy, and be like, "Here's your share," and it's like 5 gold. It's like, wait, but I just saw all this there.
What the?
Like,
What do you
Oh,
mean?
the Viva La Dirt League.
yeah,
Oh, I love that.
yeah. They did one with the treasure gathering with exactly that. Guy gets mad because he thinks he's getting gypped. For the water basin, I think that I can carve one of those out pretty well. I'll do some mathematics checks to figure out exactly where I need to apply my sound to, I guess, break apart a basin-shaped rock from a bigger boulder.
Yeah, you start cutting away.
Pretty decent there. And then it'd be a performance afterwards, which is mastery. Five. Oh wait, that's also plus a bunch. There's a whole lot more on that performance, but good sound portfolio.
I have to download it onto my laptop though.
Yeah, Allie, download it. Download it real good. Use your powers. Yeah, Allie, I heard you. That's right. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Nothing. My powers are overwhelming.
Allie just shows up outside your door.
No, I take it back. I take it back.
Like the 100% Shaggy meme, just like this was only a fraction of my power, and now I'm here.
Oh, I regret everything now. Whoops. Allie, don't beat me up. I'm sorry.
It's too late. Okay.
No.
So I guess I'll be working on making a water basin.
Okay.
big old bowl. I sing at it.
Chipper.
Tipple. So we got that. Probably. We got a pile of gold in our treasury.
You do.
The nursery should be fine. The living room. Do we want more slabs for chairs?
I think we should create a stone television that I
A
feel like
stone what now?
on my planet they're called televisions. They just have entertainment inside
Oh,
them.
a radio.
Okay. If you're blind, I don't know whether or not you've actually. Sure. I mean, a radio would work. It's a little dated, but that's still definitely something that was in living rooms at one time. Arguably a dining table.
Oh, you put the cook fire in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Hot.
Why is it already on fire? Oh
I
wait, we
just
can use the
rolled.
dried feces for the cook fire.
Do we? I feel like that creates a certain stench.
No, if you dry it first, you make pucks out of it.
Okay.
People do that with other animal feces all the time.
I know camels, you can basically just like scoop that up and immediately set it on fire because camels are just like, nope, we're gonna squeeze all the liquid out of this.
That sounds like an unpleasant bowel movement.
Yeah. But they also like eat cactuses on the regular, so
That doesn't make it seem any better.
I'm sure it's unpleasant, but they've found a way to make it work.
Yep. Dying of dehydration, it's also unpleasant. Okay, so cook fire. Big old slab that we can put over the cook fire. A basin. Which you can fill with water and then use my sound abilities to clean stuff. Vibration. Okay.
Figure a dining table, some stone couch. Do we want to go with a Japanese theme or
Japanese theme means we don't need chairs for the dining table.
very true?
Less things to sing at to turn into those objects. Oh no. We have now entered the brown void.
Oh dear.
I think you just removed the fog of war. Okay.
I removed it from the map. On this map.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gone. You should. I did put a brown layer underneath the map.
Yep. The brown void.
By you in the brown void?
We're not in the brown void. We're on a rock floating in the brown void.
What? Stop that.
Yeah, so I guess like a dining table in the middle here, and then some stone benches around the outside. Around the outside.
Around the outside.
hmm Some stone benches around the outside.
2 trailer park girls.
Go around the outside.
Anyways. Is there anything else that a living room really needs? We got radio, we got couch, we have dining table.
Mm. Couch, dining table. I don't think the radio is actually necessary, but I
I
also
mean, I
can't
think
make a radio. Actually, hold on. We don't need to make a radio. I'm pretty sure we have one in our Nemesis survival kit.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Is there a radio in here? There's a
SOS
multi-charger
alert.
charging station. Get some plastic sheets, Drake tape. Oh, there's some sanitation hand wipes. I'll put some in the kitchen and some in the bathroom for those. Yeah, there's a comm device. We can put the comm device here and call it a radio.
Good work, yeah.
And there's a small battery-operated stove that we can also put in the kitchen.
Damn. Okay, yeah. I gotta read that thing more. The food opening multi-tool kitchen. Heatable metal cup. Nice.
Yeah, we can put a few of them over there. We got some
Yeah.
cups.
Really make this place feel nice. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I go to the restroom and I put the roll of toilet paper in the bathroom.
Oh,
And-
same. We've got 2 rolls of toilet paper. Use sparingly.
Yes.
Bathroom, I will dig a pit that one can squat over.
Okay.
I put my extra set of socks and underwear, if applicable, in the resting room because,
Same, I will also put my extra pair of underwear and socks, if applicable, in
You
the
haven't
resting
carved
room.
out the resting room.
I start beating the rocks at the resting room to start carving it out.
Okay.
And I'm not going to be able to do any more carving at the moment because I still have to carve tables, chairs, a big hole in the bathroom.
Let me know if you want a rolls for carving out the restroom.
That's a lot of stuff that somebody could steal. But that also probably means that it is definitely considered a treasury at this point.
Yeah, hopefully.
While we're at it, let's just grab a big rock and put it over the greeting area for now, because
Oh yeah, we were wanting locks, right?
a way to close off the area. So a rock works for the moment.
And just
Not
dig-
that big of a okay. Guys, you got to be very careful.
make
The bathroom
sure-
is just a hole, a big one.
With how wide it was, I'm just like, all right, we have the cauldron. Don't fall in.
Yeah, don't fall in. It's not going to be fun. It's a hole.
The hell.
with some rolls of toilet paper on like a stone shelf next to it.
Sure.
And then like a hook with the storage ring on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Was there is there any role that you want for expanding, or is it as simple as I'm choosing to expand?
Choosing to expand.
Okay.
Or, I could be putting this in my mirror ring and just have a giant payload of wet feces to throw at somebody.
Shouldn't eat during this game.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. My brown chocolate ice cream is looking really
Oh,
appealing
God.
right now.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yep.
I will not do any unspeakable things with such objects.
Appreciate it. You're good.
I'm sorry for your unfortunate choice of ice cream.
Where is that token? It has so many.
So we're clearing out here. There's a lot of extra space, or a lot of rocks for the resting area that we can use. Eventually we'll have to acquire other materials. I don't know if we can. But I feel like for the moment when we do leave, we just want to fill in this entire area with rocks. The whole greeting room.
Johnny, you want some gold over there?
Yeah, I do.
Representing 15 of it.
Money.
Money.
There you go.
Thanks.
Pile of gold and gemstones and whatnot. It's only worth one marshal coin. In the lootable chest, that is the pile of gold.
I had to put what's in the treasury in the chat.
Mm. Okay. Alright. Oh, you already have the sword crail thing. Do you want something different for another handout for the sword or the sanctuary? Or
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
Lars found his new resting area, just sitting
Alright,
atop a
who
pile of
else
gold.
wants to Johnny's already doing sword cradle. Who's doing the sanctuary notes?
you mean the resting area?
Nope. Notes for the whole sanctuary. What's in
Oh.
each room?
Looks like Poe was already recording it.
Yep. Alright, Poe.
I can do it if you'd like. Oh,
If you don't want to, we can give it to the other guy, I suppose.
I mean, let's see. So I was saying some things and I wasn't writing it down, especially with like the resting room and the bathroom. I know there's 2 rolls of toilet paper. I know there's some socks and underwear. And separating most of survival kit to in like the kitchen and other things. The training room, we just need a wide open space, I believe.
we can put a bunch of MREs in the kitchen.
That also very much helps with food.
Water purification sticks, which I don't need. Don't think is super necessary. Because if I'm just creating the water, then it is presumably pure.
Mhm. Hey, looking good. Cooking good.
Probably also want a water basin in the bathroom.
Good idea.
Heck, we'll just put a water basin in all the rooms. In case you need to wash your hands before touching our sweet, sweet money.
Yep.
Hmm.
I think Matt's made you a handout.
Ooh.
You just put it in there.
Yep.
Stone couch. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Poe has requested Lyran to make with his performance, I guess. Because I think Lara's good at removing rocks, just not shaping them.
I think we could use a lot of the excess that I've been collecting in the storage ring and then add water to it to make a cement and start making bricks with my heat.
How broken did you make these rocks? I guess you could break them more if they're not broken enough.
Mm-hmm.
The sanctuary notes have been added.
Cool.
Well, if we can make a cement, we could actually make proper walls for this area.
That's what I was thinking. I think that would be a good use.
Mm-mm-mm. Simple cements. Limestone, clay, and other materials like blast furnace slag, silica sand. So we just have granite right now, though, right?
Yeah.
Cement requires a few different ingredients. I don't think we have any sedimentary rock.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. Limestone and clay. I think we might be able to make clay. There's no limestone in this area, correct, Matt?
Not that you found. So far.
Just gonna turn it to Minecraft if we're looking for different kinds of stones. All right, let's go off in that
Maybe.
direction.
The world may never know.
I probably have small amounts of some useful materials to make cement in my explosives kit, but not enough to make a significant amount of cement.
And
What about some alchemy, Matt? Is there any alchemy notes I might have to kind of fill this void?
Alchemy notes to fill. I need a little bit more context.
Sorry, to solve this problem, is there anything within alchemy Savalar could use that could substitute for solid material? In this case, we're making bricks with the stone we have.
So I can make pretty nicely shaped bricks.
It is not Western alchemy. It is Eastern alchemy. So it is about taking what is nature and crafting it to absorb it through your body. It is not like transforming liquid material into solid material to use in everyday construction.
Yep. Okay.
In fact, the current alchemy guilds would find that appalling. You would use such advanced knowledge for common and mundane things. And you kind of sit there going, oh, that's kind of restricted. You could try to use your alchemy in a non-Eastern fashion, but you know that in the book that you read, such practices or even attempts are reviled. At least by the major guilds.
How far have you gotten in your nature magic? Not far, right? Just self, right? Casey?
What was that?
You've only gotten to self and nature magic, right?
Did you die?
Yes, self-nature magic.
Okay. If we had the second part, that would be make things a little easier.
I mean, I can shape stuff. I can't change it to a different material, though. So we could make big slabs of granite as opposed to bricks. And I can just form large objects with a given enough time by hitting it in just the right spot. So I can use my sight to see like the fault lines and stuff of a big rock.
You did, yeah.
My lack of sight.
Do that.
But currently, binding rocks together is... Unless I make the rocks myself, I can't change them. I could turn my arm into clay.
Glue the rock back together.
I don't think doing that would be a good idea, but you know.
Just glue it. Fine. Nothing bad will happen.
We've got Drake tape.
Ah, that'll do it. Yeah.
We'll just tape everything together.
That would be fun.
Imagine we'll find a lot of people who have locations like us in the as well when we're going around. It's also going to be people who figured out how to actually make real living areas, though, and we can steal from them.
You could, yeah.
We need basic sanctuary at least first. So. There's not much that we even need in the training area, right? There's just a bunch of rocks that we can utilize.
Yep. You're training by lifting them rocks.
Okay, well, I'll make a big old granite slab in the middle area here that acts as a dining table.
Okay.
And then also like a water basin in here. I feel like most of my time is going to be spent just commissioning things that you guys are telling me to make. I don't know if Lar can precisely break things, or if he just breaks things real good. I guess you've got your sword energy that is very attuned to breaking things. Does that mean that you can break them accurately?
I
And he's
mean,
gone like the wind.
a cut is one way to do that too. Like I can kind of choose one or the other. The ruinous art is actually a an add-on to Path of the Sword. So, like baseline Path of the Sword, I can do all these, you know, precise cuts and whatever, and then I have the break that's added on to that, which gives the ruinous quality and other things. That's how I've been destroying these rocks.
Okay. Also, Poe, can you break off parts of your tree buddy? Like, can we have wooden utensils and stuff
Part of my
made out of
tree
your tree
buddy or
buddy?
part of me?
Your tree buddy.
I'd rather not take it from Tree Buddy because Tree Buddy be weak. I would rather hand you bits of me, but that will take from my health. And granted, I regain health fairly quickly, but that is something that I believe has been stated as, hey, this will take longer to heal.
That'll be permanent health loss in this case.
For a
Yeah.
spoon, I don't think it's worth it.
No.
We can just eat with our hands. If we have guests, they can eat with their hands.
Yeah.
We caveman out here.
We have
Or-
rock. We hit rock together.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can also, what was it? You can hit a rock with another rock and make a sharp rock. I think we could make some very primitive knives and primitive spear fork things.
We have swords.
Yeah, that too.
Except we don't. The sword is a lie.
You have sharp sticks.
We do have sharp sticks.
The sticks are sharp. Yes, they are.
Very,
Yep.
very sharp.
Okay, so nursery, are we doing anything with that? Or are we just leaving it as...
I think there's pretty important that we space out the swords on how we want them to be. For example, if we want like the garden approach compared to the wild growth approach, maybe that's something we could section out the sanctuary to be in.
Could be.
We could also place the swords in a certain formation that, like your sword, waveform sword in the middle, to represent that balance, and then kind of spread out the other swords depending on what we use. Or, I think there's definitely some things we could do with the nursery.
Okay. Plenty to do.
I think waveform sword in the center makes sense. It's doing all the Taiji stuff.
I'll move them towards the middle then.
And then everything else surrounding on the outside, and then tuning forks surrounding the waveform sword in the center. To promote harmony.
And then there's the poison sword off in the corner. Yeah, you stay in your damn corner.
It helps train. It trains us.
I give it pets and tell the poison sword that it's a good boy.
Yeah.
Chunky boy.
Hmm.
Then we do have Big Rock. Our guess. What is that?
Is it B?
Working on the B, yeah.
Yeah.
We will need an apiary eventually as well.
True.
Whatever for?
How are we supposed to train without bees?
No, you're right. Without the bees.
Our guest. Library has some. Oh. Okay.
Oh.
So I will be making table another water basin for bathroom. Stone benches for room and currently I think that's the only things requested. We also need some stone slabs for the resting area.
Who's got the practice swords?
Practice swords, I believe, are in the training room.
I mean, who's got that in their inventory?
I took that from mine. It was the
Okay.
time we
I had a ton of them. We were
yeah,
breaking lots.
we
Okay.
bought them with low grade heaven and earth crystals. So I remember at the zone 1.
Just one where you got them. That's all.
Yep.
You got a solid heckin' answer for it.
And Chungpo, did you bring out any of your books?
Yes. Okay, well, yeah, I'll update that real quick because, yes, the entire library has my flora and fauna collection. What was the book that you added, Casey? You added a book to the library too, right?
Yeah, I added a copy of my mathematics.
First edition.
First edition.
And I will add a our passion for helmets.
Oh yeah,
Copy of first edition.
we still have that.
I haven't sold it, so yeah.
Is it a copy or is it the original? Or I guess it's a matter of
It's one of the two first editions.
Passion of the Four Elements. digits. Okay.
And it was for. Was it willpower reinforcement? Was the book?
That's the one we were working on together. Yeah. The codex for willpower reinforcement.
Yeah. The one that we got a big block of black iron meteorite for.
That same area, but the reason why we got that is because you sold one of your books you made.
Yeah, I thought the willpower one was the one that we had beforehand. Was there? What was it that I made the book out of, though? Shoot. Because that was me, I guess, disassembling a book and deciding, I can make an efficient way to do this. I thought it was the willpower one. Let me see.
I thought it was a book you got from Sarcophagus. I'm trying to remember if that was it was at the Blue Room or was it? Because I figured you were doing that before you got on that.
Yeah, I was. This is
So
why.
you could have got it at that place, right?
No, I didn't. I didn't get it at the place. I was just trying to think of.
I mean, I can check my notes.
I'm taking a look as well. Um,
Session 55 was the cultivation manual making. I do not have 55 in a transcript, though, so I can't check that there. I have 56. I do not have 55.
Okay. Anyway, we'll continue from there. I'm gonna keep looking while I find it.
Then
I think I'm near the area.
Go back to this map. That like that.
The Green Atmosphere.
And then what else? We've got symbols, of course. You wanted a water bowl everywhere?
No.
Bathroom,
Bathroom, kitchen, training area. Actually, it's bathroom is right next to the training area, so just bathroom, kitchen.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I guess it was not written anywhere for the manual, so I guess we'll need a transcript of that eventually. But we have the book that I made in there, made with mathematics, only mathematics. A single bee.
Okay, boop.
We respect the bees here.
Of course, of course.
And then the table, kitchen table's in the middle.
Sure.
Yeah, like right there.
No, it needs to be a darker color. I need this pit, and then we can transition to part 2.
Part 2.
Yeah.
We have achieved sanctuary.
Not quite.
Oh,
We have not achieved sanctuary.
Close.
any indication of?
We can talk to the sword. Say, hey, what's missing?
You know, everyone, when we have a new house, don't we need to live in it first before it really becomes a sanctuary? Like, maybe we need to actually do the things that we have with our rooms, for example. Use the bathroom, train in the training room, read in the library, eat something in the kitchen, do treasury things, take care of the swords, or rest in the resting room. Maybe that's what we need to do next.
Oh,
I like the thinking. I'm also wondering whether or not completing our trials is necessary to get to the sanctuary. Not certain.
oh, because there's danger there.
But I think then, yeah, let's live in it. See what happens.
I'm also
Who
fine
wants
with
to
that.
rest in the place?
Oh, yes. I'm going to train in the training room.
I'll read in the library. The unlucky person gets the first bathroom visit. Or the lucky person, depending.
Wanted to ask what about the lock divider?
Oh, okay.
Well, that was not what that is short form. We're putting a big rock there.
Okay, I can get a big rock.
Yeah, lock, quote unquote. And as long as nobody else can,
Well, I mean, a lock. Any lock can be gotten through with enough effort. But it was more
Door.
locked or sealed points of egress. And
Yes. Yeah,
having
that's
a
the
big
better
rock.
wording.
Yeah. Locked divider was just the shortened version of that, which is misleading.
Barrel full of swords.
Nice.
I was about to say, why is that in the bathroom? But whatever.
Swords are alike. They could be toilet paper.
so, yeah. No.
With my sword,
That's
or
not
I
a
cut away
sword.
the filth.
Oh,
You just gotta do that.
Origin.
I cut it in half. Now you've got twice as much. Or the same amount, but in half. Oh. I keep doing that. Now it's all over the bathroom. Okay.
you get to a point to where there's just itty bitty tiny bits of matter
Sounds
all over the
worse. That
walls.
sounds so much worse. We're not doing that.
The never ending. I want to clean it, but it just doesn't.
If we have to live in things, I go do a thing in the bathroom. We've done the thing in the bathroom. I put it in the storage ring.
Nothing like cleaning up
After
yourself.
drying it. Yes.
There's going to be a waste cultivator that we come across that we're just going to be like, "Hey, buddy, here,"
What
and
about
it's
your
just a
shit?
mountain.
Perfect. Jumps in.
Oh,
Burn it and him.
I mean,
I want to introduce you to the boulder.
Smack.
is the
Boulder
boulder?
has never been conflicted.
The boulder feels conflicted.
It lives in the living room because it's taking up all the living room space.
Well, it's the rock that's protecting. Is our door.
It's also
You
part of
want
the
it
training room.
here so you slide it?
Sure.
But then the greeting room isn't exactly a room. Maybe two boulders, like
No,
an
the greeting
airlock.
room was never designed to be locked.
Okay.
It is it is there as a place that people can go because
And recruit
we
them
don't
in.
want them in our proper area. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is outside of the locked area, showing that we do not trust them yet.
We'll let you in at some time, maybe, depending.
Alright, you guys got locked better. There we go.
Yep.
The boulder. What else is on the list? Stone slabs for resting areas. Okay, we can do that.
The most comfortable of sleeping arrangements.
Correct.
A flat rock.
I got a rock.
I got a rock.
Sanctuary notes. Edit.
I've got a rock to tie a string around.
Bench in living room. And then you also wanted one in the living room. Where the fuck's in the living room? I don't see no living room.
Center?
I got
The
that
greeting room is now
In the
here for
living
some
room.
reason.
Yeah.
Oh.
Greeting room hasn't been moved.
I don't
It's
even know
the
where
hallway.
the living room and what blue thing is now.
Oh, there it is. It's
That's the
under all,
living room.
all those fucking rocks. All right. Meh.
There we go.
Greeting room is on the other side of the boulder.
Not bad.
Ooh, the stronger. Oh, Ford's Mercy. Nice.
Yep,
It's your
yep.
defender sword. All right. So, we got some benches for that. We got practice swords. A stone couch, you say?
At this point, I think that there's enough. Like, I was thinking a couch, but, like, I think the table is good. It serves the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
If like, we had a, what was it? A TV and other things, then I would say, like, yeah, couch, but
Okay. All right. Continue.
Okay. We've got training area. Does training. Some slabs. A nursery. Treasury. We have christened the bathroom.
It's true.
We could heat up some MREs in the kitchen and eat in the living room.
Yeah, we need to share a meal together to really,
Hmm.
soak in what a home is, what a sanctuary is for us all.
Make some tea over the fire.
Yeah, that sounds good. Savalaire will, I don't know, guys, do you want to spend downtime actions to do things, or and then, like, what we're doing, like a downtime reading, a downtime training,
Yeah.
our RTS resting?
So I'll take a downtime nursing my sword. As in singing to it with the tuning forks around it.
He's like, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just kidding. I love you.
Thank you, man.
Cultivating is a minus 250, right, Matt?
Cultivating? Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have a cultivation room. We do have a training room, which might help. But
Yeah, I figured the training room would count as, yeah.
we probably want
That's
like
what
a cultivation area if we're doing that, though. Keep in mind you lose influence if you fail to do it correctly.
No, it's fine. Even further beyond is plus 290, so I'm always going to be plus 30 above.
Able to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I never really. I kind of put training and cultivation together. It would be more ideal to have a place that you could just cultivate in, because we could have it like be more environmentally. There's usually.
We can just sit atop a pile of Marshall coins and cultivate on that.
Oh yes.
Money.
Alright,
So-
did you want me to carve that room, Laura? Because you're right now in the middle of a bunch of rocks.
Oh, I figured it was like somewhere to sit.
No. That's just a bunch of rocks. You want to carve out a room in there?
Yeah, kind of make it more square.
I guess we probably want to do that as well with the library. We're probably going to want to be able to utilize the rocks in there more efficiently for stone bookcases. So we probably don't want to clear that one out too much.
Or vertical like this is probably fine too if you want to just make it one side, one side.
Say that again? I was...
No, you kind of have it right. So just like a rectangle that way, kind of just to have an open space that you could do sparring in or, you know, practice your sword kind of thing. You know, honestly, we should do any of our cultivation in the living room because that's what we do. We're living while we cultivate, right? Does that make sense? That's what we do as cultivators.
I suppose that is we do for most of it. I was actually I'm gonna use the magical girl suit here as well during this DTS to control the sound better while I'm singing in order to
Get that auto
help
tune on?
correct it more. Get that auto tune on. It isn't auto tune for some reason, but pretty sure that my character can just do auto tune without any sort of electronics as well at this point with that much performance.
Yeah, I knew you were auto tune singing, chump. I'm literally doing that with my own voice.
Yeah. Just talks in
Joke's
auto
on you,
tune.
homie. Is it auto tuned if it's talent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Asshole.
It's not auto. Nothing is auto about it. Just sounds auto tuned.
Nice.
So I'll do that for a DTS of performance. And at this point, I can maintain the energy of my suit by singing, which I guess is on theme there.
Okay.
There's my sing.
Alright, add that DOS to your waveform sword.
Okay. And then I've got 6 more afterwards, so waveform sword, 41 DOS of performance, but hold on, there's going to be more. One, two, three, 4, 5.
Also, how are you guys dealing with the smoke that's starting to build up from the fire?
Oh, I can turn that into energy. I'll do that
Okay.
afterwards.
Okay, cool. Could you go?
Non-dense objects. We're good. Okay, there's my DTS of singing to the sword. That is. Hold on. Am I close enough to Lara to get the leadership bonus to DOS?
Yes, you are.
Yep.
Unless Matt makes a decision on room dividing, how it is
No,
in
it's
the
fine.
next room.
You guys haven't put a door in yet, so it's fine.
So plus this much DOS to the waveform sword. Whatever that's going to end up doing.
Yep, just add it on the sword notes.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why I was giving that over to Lar. I've successfully started nursing in the nursery. Filling our whole sanctuary with beautiful, beautiful auto-tune.
Is there any meaning behind what you're saying, or are you just singing?
I'm just humming harmonic notes.
Okay.
It is no meaning. Just instilling it with my sound portfolio, basically. Teaching it what I know about sounds.
I'll spend downtime scene cultivating.
Right. What about you, pal?
Go for Poe is muted.
No, not the Poe. That's fair. I'll go. All right.
So I'm gonna use a one of my mid-grade Heaven and Earth crystals for cultivating as well. So it's been a hot minute since we did them last, and I think it's probably a good idea if we put this somewhere for next time too. Um, Casey, do you remember the bonuses we got from Heaven and Earth? Usage?
That is like plus 30 for low grade.
That's what I remember as well.
I don't think we've used any of the higher grade stuff.
I had my significant other come down and was talking to me, and I muted myself and stepped away for a minute.
It's fine.
I'm sorry if anybody was trying to get a hold of me.
Yes, we were actually.
Shoot, I'm sorry. What's up?
We're currently trying to make use of each of the rooms in their intended fashion to
Gotcha.
hopefully try to.
Right. Okay. So which room hasn't? Oh, right. I remember saying that I wanted to
Read in the library. Yeah.
Is there anything else that needs?
The resting area, which we'll probably end up sharing a DTS doing that.
Yeah.
And then the treasury, I don't think needs christening. We could swim in the money, I guess.
What do we
don't have
do?
quite
We
that much
just
money.
count.
Yeah, we count money for a DTS.
If you've ever seen Whose Line Is It Anyway? 8 a.m. Count my money. 8:30. Count my money. 9 a.m. Count my money.
Damn, dude, that's a lot of money if you gotta count it that long.
For over an hour.
Recounts it before bed.
One more time.
One more time.
So Matt, do you want to give us numbers here? It's a plus 30 for low grade for 6 downtime actions, utilizing that crystal, if I remember correctly. For mid grade, I want to say it's 100, but
It is,
I
yep.
did. And then I think high grade's probably 250.
Mm-hmm.
What about supreme grade?
That'd be quite the resource to use to
Yeah.
cultivate.
I mean, that's what it's for, is cultivating.
All right.
Mm-hmm. It also uses batteries and
Yeah.
resources for trade, materials for construction craft. They're used for quite a few things, turns out.
Sure enough, sure enough. High grade is making us able to cultivate here, so that's good.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So plus 100 to 6 rolls. Let's do those now. Get our DOS. So one, two, three, four, five, six.
Okay.
All right, that's my downtime scene.
Nicely done. All right. Well done, guys. After using each of the rooms, specifically for cultivating and taking care of the swords, which is the most primary thing, but also having a training room, you guys have successfully completed Sanctuary. Woohoo!
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Okay. The cultivation debuff is removed
Oh,
while you're in Sanctuary,
sweet.
but the door has to be closed. The door is open. It's not safe anymore.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. So, whoever's in charge of the Sanctuary handout, prepare their typing fingers.
Are you ready, Poe?
I'm ready.
All right, for each of the rooms, you guys get to pick one minor buff. You have Sanctuary level 1.
Can we do sword growth for the nursery?
You can, yeah, minor, but yeah. You also, for the door counts as part of the room, so the locked divider gets its own minor buff, which can also just be like the door is more durable or easier to move or something like that.
Easier to move for people who are part of Sanctuary? We don't really need it to be easy to move. More durable.
No, easy to move for those who, whose Sanctuary it's a part of.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is 2 other things, one of which is the adoption process. You guys will have to come up with an adoption process for both swords, people, swordsmen, and sword scholars. So if the sword is by itself, or if the person is without a sword, you'll need to figure out how you want to adopt them. And then if the person is a swordsman, that type of mentality with the sword, how you adopt them. Same with sword scholars. So you guys will have to come up with your adoption process in case you guys want to add on new people to the sanctuary.
Well, I somewhat got one started with Fated to Meet Ice, and our personal swords then also have to be adopted that way. Is that what you mean?
No, if
No.
we get additional swords.
Additional swords.
Mm-hmm. Instead of
Okay.
just adding it to the cradle, like you did that one extra one you found.
Like
there
this
now
one.
needs to
Gotcha.
be there now needs to be a formal process
Right.
for it to be recognized
Okay.
as part of your sanctuary. You guys can make it as silly or as straightforward or as complicated or as lengthy or whatever as you want.
Cool.
I would recommend some sort of security check, especially for swordsmen and sword scholars, because sometimes it could be a ploy to get close.
Yeah, and then take all our money and our swords, yada yada. Kinda, yeah.
Okay. And then the third thing is what is called an emergent theme. You are a carnival troupe. What's your thing?
Hmm.
Yep. So
Our themes are very different from one another.
okay.
GM, are you about to start typing? Okay, no.
I'm writing out the stuff again,
I
so
appreciate it.
have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got 2 uncommon Dow. One not really uncommon. Like poison practitioners exist a whole lot. They're just very much hated.
Yeah. Oh, I just had an interesting thought for our lock.
Holy geometrics.
Yeah, that'd be interesting too, but I was going to argue the lock is a lie. And to those that we don't trust, the boulder just exists in between each room, to where it's just like we trust you enough to let you into our living room, but that doesn't exactly mean that we trust you in our nursery or even the kitchen or anything else. But
The
it's just like,
boulder prevents your access to this room.
yeah,
It's just
and-
wherever.
yeah, and like to us, we trust each other, and so the boulder doesn't even impede us, or not so much even impede us. It's just not really there. It's not a boulder. It's not a lock.
It could eventually graduate to like it's just a sheer wall. Like once you guys carve your way into like walls and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could upgrade. Definitely write that idea down so you don't forget it, because that could be some really goofy stuff. Just see you later, nerds, and you just fucking do a Homer Simpson and the backwards walk into a wall. And then they're like, get him! It's an illusionary wall! And they hit a wall and they're like, oh, it's real? The boulder prevents your access at this time. You're a wall, not a boulder.
The boulder does
was
not
once
distinguish.
a boulder.
How dare you label the boulder? The boulder's feelings are no longer conflicted.
There you go. Congrats, you get to have that meme going forward. Oh, good.
The lock is the lie.
Either the lock is the lie or the boulder is a lie.
Yeah, the boulder's a lie.
Nursery. I'm writing down the ideas.
Now remember, these are minor buffs. You can
Yes.
eventually graduate to having like a superior buff down the line, where you can actually have some really silly things start.
What would you say the boulder is a lie? Is that minor? Or
It's a mid grade where you can
Mid-grade.
use, like, people who are officially part of the sanctuary can phase through.
It doesn't
a
even
locked
exist
partition.
for them. It doesn't
Yeah.
even exist for them. They can't even see it.
No, you'll see a
You-
faint outline of it, just to know that it's
Okay.
there. But
Boulder's
it'll
still
be,
there.
Boulder's still there, but it'll still act as a wall for other people, a physical impediment.
Is a minor buff something like can accept materials to enhance its form?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, minor buff. A growth factor.
Yeah, growth factor.
So you can donate materials to make it. So you're like, hey, we're going to make this black iron meteorite boulder.
They go around through a different wall. But eventually it's probably going to be all the walls is the lock divider. And we don't
If
have
you
any
a
walls.
black iron meteorite, yeah.
We've got the hyperdense cube.
I mean, if you want to use that here, you could. That could be just when you're done with this place, you're like, yep, we're gonna take this to space with us. We're not leaving this on the planet. It's like, there they go. Look at them off into the cosmos.
Do we have any ideas for minor buffs besides sword growth and boulder?
Yep. So you guys need to figure out those 3 items and each of their individual sub items.
For treasure, I was thinking interest would be interesting.
Ooh,
Adam.
okay. Well, minor interest. I'm putting treasure. I'm putting minor in front of everything right now as just a placeholder.
Kitchen would be boosts to making cultivation food.
I was thinking like the outcome boosts, like, you know what I mean? Like eating something would get, depending on what you're eating. Like, for example, if I'm using the magic lunchbox, or if I'm eating some type of cultivator food, whatever you get like a +1 at the end or something. I don't know.
Okay. More nutritious food as a minor
Hmm.
boost.
Better absorption
Minor boost to
or faster cooking time or
nutrient absorption or nutrient output.
nutrient absorption, I think, or just absorption. One of those two.
Well, so absorption makes me think that you like eat the food and you get all of the energy faster. But I was thinking minor boost in nutrient output means that where our food just has more energy in it.
Yeah, that's probably good.
We could say the food's better quality.
Minor boost in nutrient quality. Alrighty, yeah. Jesus Christ, these guys have gourmet chef level stuff in a cave.
Was that just an MRE that he poured in the pot? Why does it taste so good?
Oh, fucker. I've been hitting shift enter. Library.
Bonus to research.
Yeah, I think that's a great option. Bonus to research, training room, bonus to training. Right. I think that's great.
Research.
Resting area, rest bonus increase.
Yeah. Either it could be the base plus 30 you get from resting for 6 rolls, or it could be I don't know. Also, it could be.
Okay, yeah, never mind. We're good. Training room, bathroom, minor speed boost. I won't put that.
Very efficient hole.
I was just thinking, like, you could also make the bathroom.
Self-sanitize, that'd be a minor buff.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, self sanitize. Then I don't have to be a janitor.
That is a minor buff. Because you can
Sanitization.
also have things like helps with digestion, helps with balancing of internals, detects disease or poison or parasites. Like you can have the bathroom actually have some seriously powerful buffs, and a minor one is just it self sanitizes.
We could also have I don't know, the minor eliminates all waste. And like self-sanitizing, but like just like it can read you and says, "Hey, you got a bit of ick in you. Let's get that out."
That'd be a medium buff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you
Being
wouldn't
able
want
to
to send that
analyze
into the bathroom
fecal
ever.
matter.
Right now I have self-sanitization, so yeah.
Yeah, it does destroy the fecal matter, but you can also add another buff later that analyzes it before destroying it and sees if there's something wrong with your internals.
Got the
So
nursery, kitchen, treasury, the divider, the library. I wrote down training rooms covered, bathroom, the resting area. I'm just putting minor resting boost because I'm not entirely sure what else we would want.
the lock divider, the boulder is a Eliza medium buff.
Yes.
The growth factor is the one you guys were wanting, so you can add a buff to it. If you do add black iron meteorite to it, if you want the boulder is a lie, it'll need to be a high grade buff to be able to phase through it instead of a medium. If you add black iron, it's too dense.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. For the living room,
What I was thinking was like doing things together, almost like if we're working on a project together, or if there's something along those lines, we get a cooperation boost for the living room, or it could
yeah,
just
I'll
also
Sure.
be like a cultivation boost, or whatever you guys think.
Easier to share DAO with others.
Yeah.
Bonus to
Um,
friendly
There's
DAO
plenty of
discussion.
options. Just make sure it's a minor buff.
I'm putting minor teamwork boost. I don't know, and like, yeah, I'm just. These are all placeholder until we all
Sure.
truly decide. Let's see, greeting room. What's something minor traps in the greeting room?
I was thinking a door would be a great thing for the greeting room. Like, for example, the door could be multiple meanings. It could be the way we get other people in here that are not like from fated to meet ice. That example, that would be one way to like bring them over or connect them. Or it could be a uh,
I think a
Greeting.
teamwork boost. We should do teamwork.
For the greeting room, I have minor door of greeting at this time.
might be my guest is gone. Be our guest. Be our guest.
Minor door of greeting. I don't think we can have the boulders a lie as a minor and
Yeah.
get much
Yeah.
out of it.
Oh, I mean, like, what was it? Yeah, no. I can't think of a way to make that a minor thing. It is definitely mid. What was the way that we could create that into, like, it sounded like you were saying that it's still a possibility even now, even though you said everything needs to be minor. But I wasn't sure of the wording that you put.
We can think about that later. It's more of like the medium buff.
Gotcha. Yep.
It's all recorded anyway, so we can go back and get that.
Indeed.
We've made Sanctuary.
Hell yeah. And now we are looking at carnival trope and adoption rights.
Troop.
Troop.
It is a trope, though. Trope.
Troop.
Well, our theme is being better than everyone else.
Hell yeah.
I would say song, but that doesn't really apply to the other two of you.
Helping hand? We just kind of go
Oh yeah,
through.
we help people. We can help people.
The desire to help people is there. Or terrorism.
Heralds of
Terrorism.
Mercy.
Heralds of Mercy. Then we have to be strong to have mercy because we have another rule in our Guardian Sword.
I mean, that's the whole idea, right? Get strong.
Yeah, get strong, get big, get ripped.
Get swole.
Deliverers of Mercy, which could mean a lot of things.
Oh yeah, we can listen. We have different types of mercy.
Sounds like a good theme. Is mercy. Eventually, we want a sword effigy that we can take out of Sanctuary with us on raids. That is, the Sanctuary is a lie, but it's powerful enough.
See, the thing is, with the idea of Sanctuary is alive, and I'm just sitting here like, well, nowhere is safe then.
Well, we don't have that sword in our Sanctuary. We plant it in somebody else's.
Sanctuary is a lie. Nowhere's safe. What do you mean? There is a boogeyman under your bed. Okay,
boogie.
so ICP boogeyman.
Yes, I have the ability to summon John Wick. I don't care what kind of cultivator you are, you're screwed. He's the man you send when you want to kill the boogeyman.
Oh, boogie. Or the boogie woogie. There you go. That's the one.
Now the adoption rights. What are we thinking on that one? Also, how do you adopt a whole swordsman?
Into the Sanctuary.
Yeah, into the Sanctuary. Allowing them to join our Sanctuary.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like, I figured they'd want to go do their own thing. Like, are we making a sect?
Possibly. You could do that. We could end up joining somebody else's Sanctuary too. Also possible. I doubt we're going to do that, but based on this ritual. The ritual for swords.
So swords come in not as a blank slate. We wouldn't want to do that for them, but we would want them to be free, but respect the other swords.
Yes, but what sort of ritual would we have to let that happen?
Mercy.
Mercy is our theme.
I would argue, what was it? If it's our idea is mercy, then the idea of the things that we bring in, and we are granting mercy to something that we are bringing in, it sounds like there has to be a certain level of damage to the to grant mercy is to end. Well, here, let me actually look up a proper definition of mercy before I say shit like this. Compassion and forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. So,
There's a lot of meanings of mercy. Mercy could also be considered, you're too weak to survive in here. We'll just kill you now.
yes.
So that you don't.
And yeah, there's that mercy too. But I don't think that we adopt the things that we show that mercy. I think the ritual would be a granting of a strength that gives them a level of power, as well as, like, I almost want to say an acceptance into our fold, and a, like, hey, you can be here, but you have to play nice. So, like, if it's a sword, the sword is given an area that it's just can exist, and it's not exactly like, yes, infinite power buff, but it's like, hey, you're safe here, nothing's going to try to kill you, you're in a sanctuary, but but play nice, and everything around here has been given the same level of mercy as you.
I also think it'd be interesting to have like a mentorship kind of thing. Like one of the swords either go underneath one of the swords men or the sword scholars, or maybe one of the swords themselves. Like kind of like a big brother kind of thing, where one of the swords look after the other one to kind of get them initiated or something along those lines.
I do like
Swords have to spend a week with the poison sword. If they survive, they can join.
Jeez.
It would just
sure mercy
give
that
a
is.
way to like keep them under control in a sense, like so they're not, I don't know, doing things they're not supposed to, or
Theoretically, could our sanctuary be you guys seen Black Clover?
yeah.
No.
Yep.
How about what was it? Mash what was it? Mashal? Or just Harry Potter. The idea of the wand chooses the wielder type of thing. And
Where
like
the
how,
sword chooses what mentor it would have in a sense.
well, either the sword chooses the mentor, or like if we adopted a swordsman, the sword chose just like this is a good fit. This is somebody that I can grow with, and they're. I like the idea of the companionship with the other swords and the mentoring to become a stronger sword. And I'm not sure if the Guardian would do that or if we could have the
Depends on the
Guardian.
sword that we get, probably.
Yeah. But as well, just like a level of, hey, our sanctuary could become a swordsman or sword scholar sanctuary, where it's just like, no, we build or we grow our swords here to a level that they are legends in their own right, and you have to be worthy to wield that legend. But I'm not sure how much mercy that is.
It was
And if
mercy
I'm,
to not give the guy a sword he doesn't deserve.
yeah, I mean, and I think that there could definitely be a mercy of a quick death to the person that tries to wield the sword they think is best.
I guess if mercy is our troop, we can't have a torture room. Much sadness. It's our interrogation room.
Our questioning room. What do you mean?
A completely civil conversation room.
Why is there a waterboarding station? No reason.
Don't worry about it. It's just an art piece. Besides, you might be able to get a closer look at that in a bit.
Depending on how you answer. Anyways, what do we think of that idea of not exactly taking every sword, but every sword that we take, it's just like we'll find you, or like you will come across a swordsman in our travels that will probably.
So we're giving them back out afterwards eventually?
I mean, I think it's like, hey, the sword will find a bond or something, unless they don't want a bond, or like we will only give you somebody that you think is worthy of you.
Hmm.
I think
Might
it's
be
like
giving, they might be giving them too much autonomy that they won't do productive things within the sanctuary.
Yeah, because they'll take a sword and be like, cool, have a nice day.
uh I'm not entirely sure what a sword could do, because I'm just sitting here like we don't we've interacted with what, 3 animate swords?
Two.
Two. And yeah, they while are animate and talk, I haven't seen any of them get up and move, at least not myself. And I'm not sure. I figured they would need a wielder, but I realized that could just be wrong of me to assume.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If we had made one of our connected swords into the Guardian, it might need a wielder, but we also haven't gone and talked to the Guardian.
I thought we
I mean,
did.
we have talked to the Guardian, because I have.
Not again.
Not
Not again.
since.
Not since we have established Sanctuary, rather.
Oh, true. Yeah, we could do that.
So we just need ritual and adoption rites. Does this need to be
Yeah.
decided now, or only if we... Can that be decided later? Mr. Matt.
There again, I was working on something in the background.
No problem. Does the adoption rites and ritual for swords, persons, swordsmen, and sword scholars need to be decided now?
Yes.
Or
They all
okay.
all of these items are necessary items. Everything else that comes after will be optional. But
Okay.
there's a couple other steps after the necessaries.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
With the idea that I was having with the sword sanctuary of finding wielders for said swords, depending on I feel like it would, in my mind, it's just like, well, a swordsman needs a sword. Does a sword need a swordsman?
You found out that a sword does not always need a swordsman or a sword scholar. Many swords can be just effigies.
Mm-hmm.
Then theoretically, the or not so much the adoption ritual, but like being in our sanctuaries and understanding that we will find you a spot that is a benefit to the swordsman, or sword scholar that we choose to adopt. It is a mercy and we are going to, well, it is a mercy in we are helping you and we are choosing to see you become something better that you wish to be. And so if a
And then,
sword chooses to be an effigy, well, we will find a way to create or uh, grant or allow them the ability to have that effigy, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm talking nonsense or not.
feel like also all the swordsmen, and scholars, or sword scholars, as part of the ritual, are assigned a mentor, be it one of our swords or one of us.
Yeah, swordsman, sword scholar, sword itself. So, do we want to keep this like a menagerie of swords, or do we want to keep this as like a structured hierarchy of things? Do we want to keep this as like um, um, a sanctuary for swords and swordsmen, sword scholars to come together and be united? Like, what's the kind of theme in that sense we want to go for? Is that more for the mercy, maybe?
Um, I could see it being several things, and in my mind, if it becomes what I was saying before, with like, hey, you just have a large area of choice, and swordsmen, sword scholars, and swords come through here to see if they can find something that would either grant them power, then it feels like, hey, the nursery becomes the biggest room we have, and if anything, it has several levels, and it becomes its own hour of ascension type of deal, to where it's just like they can choose to go up it and we house it, but I don't know if I feel like at that point it becomes its own thing, and it's not sanctuary anymore. It's like a whole different thing. But that's just what I have, the ideas in my head so far of like what I was thinking of in my train of thought. What does everybody else think, though?
I think we should pick something about ourselves that we want to represent within the sanctuary, and like kind of all put our own little spin on it, because it's like our baby in a sense. It's our new home, um, and kind of maybe go off that theme.
Gotcha.
Oh, instead of the theme of mercy, we could have a theme of
Us. Or our baby.
freedom, song, and
Life.
life or growth
Yeah.
Garden.
of garden. I don't think he's done much gardening.
I'm not there yet, but I want to get bees and like do some things. We keep on going on things that like kind of interrupts that.
Yeah.
Um, a theme of Harmony Garden.
Trying to decide if loyalty or freedom's better. Freedom above all. I think freedom's good, but let's not with
a troop
yeah.
necessarily.
Yeah. Harmony would be good. I feel
Yep,
like
I could
harmony's
do
something.
harmony.
Yeah. Um,
Harmony, loyalty, and growth.
yeah.
I like it.
So ChatGPT, what are those three things together? What does that make a word of?
That
Does it need to be a single word for the theme, though?
is a good
No.
question.
I'm just trying to think of a word that would encompass those three things.
Harmony, loyalty, and growth.
Yeah, but that would kind of be our mantra or our code of honor in a sense. It's just those
Loyalty
things.
leads to harmonious growth.
Yes. Perfect. Love it.
Growth leads to harmonious loyalty. Harmony leads to loyal growth. I don't know. Anyways, tying them all together. But yeah, I like it. Harmony, loyalty, and growth.
So that's the right, I would say, of that's kind of like our what would you call it? Our new constitution. What's the rights of initially? What am I trying to say here? The initiation,
You
right?
cut out after what's the
What's like the initiation rites we were going to put in this case next? Like, what's the our ritual that we would do to put them into the fold?
so what is a ritual that promotes harmony, loyalty, and growth? Or what would does that need to be is something in it?
No, I don't think so. I think that's just kind of like the theme, and now this is the action.
You give them mind control poison in order to make them loyal. Therefore, they will
Okay.
not betray us.
We connect them to a hive mind. That way
Yeah.
they're the harmony. Um, and then we just put them into our walls, and the walls ever grow because we keep adding more.
It's like, oh yes, we have many members. Look around you. Hear the screams.
We are many.
Would you like to join us?
The what we just had going for us, and then just immediately changes.
It is a mercy. They shall never leave sanctuary again.
Okay. Uh,
These walls protect them from harm.
Protection, harmony, and growth. I think loyalty's nice and all, but we don't want to force loyalty onto people. I don't think,
What do you
especially
mean?
like
We have the means.
we totally could. But yeah, I like the idea of protection, harmony, and growth. I think that
Sure.
also fits with mercy a little bit more than just loyalty.
Mhm. I also don't want to force the loyalty on Kuni Matara and Midnight Sai.
You
So,
don't have to force it if they're already loyal.
but yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Okay. And then what sort of ritual do we want for
It
swords,
could be
persons, swordsmen,
a
sword dwarves?
discussion. It could be
Oh yeah,
like a
we could have a DAO discussion with them.
yeah, it could be just like, hey, are you like almost like an interview in a sense? Are you a good fit for this sanctuary of ours? If not, it's kind of like the see you later kind of thing.
So we could have the living area, instead of being a minor teamwork boost, just a minor, like making it easier to initiate DAO discussions or to facilitate it.
Mhm.
Or actually, I guess the greeting room would be that. Not door of greeting, but bonus to DAO discussions in the greeting area.
Or can initiate DAO discussions. Maybe that's more of a minor boo.
I mean, you can initiate a DAO discussion, I'm pretty sure, without
Okay.
outside sources.
Yeah, then a bonus would be better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some Kleenex. Be right back.
No.
If we can go find our terror buddy, we can just have him set up in the greeting area and do the DAO discussions for us.
Oof.
Yeah.
I'm here to be a spooky boy. Oh, yep. He's got that handled.
Cool. Okay. So harmony protection. Growth. Can we have that as a troop theme?
I like it. I want it. I take it.
Take it. And then a ritual. We must come up with a ritual. But we're all out of lamb's blood.
Yeah, we'll just all sit around the living room. They get in the middle,
And have a
then
DAO discussion
Yeah.
with each of us? With each member of the
I was thinking a
Troop.
group discussion.
a group DAO discussion?
Now, is it with everyone that we've also adopted already? Like everybody? Like if you are part of the ritual once and then you are accepted in, you also
Harmony is part of the theme. Yes. I would say everybody.
wanting to make sure.
Yeah, it doesn't really have to be a DAO discussion, but it could almost be like a kind
Interview.
of yeah, like an interview. You could
Yeah.
also, like you were just saying, is just like everyone kind of has an opinion, or it can pipe up in what they see.
Opposing. I don't know how opposing ideals will react.
We already have opposing ideals.
Yeah, you just keep on your side of the room.
Hey, you stay over there. You're not that interested. That's fine.
Well, they wouldn't join if they're not harmonious with the group as a whole.
True. I guess a question there would be like, what does that also look like in terms of that? I mean, like harmony between the two. It's just like I'm guessing they're on opposite ends of the room, but at the same token, it's just like, will they choose to act together for their own growth? I think that's a really big decider in between harmony and growth, or not so much in between, but it's just like, are you willing to interact with the person that is opposite of you to see growth between you two?
Yeah. Which is why we're having a discussion with the whole troop whenever there's a potential new person to be added. And for the swords, it would be a interview with the swords as well.
Yeah. And we have certain devourers, and it's just like, hey, we're gonna play nice.
Does it have to be like a democratic vote? Like, for example, everyone has to agree. Like, can it be like some can say nay, but kind of like keep those in mind? Or
Um, I like the idea of just like saying in pursuit of harmony and growth, and even protection. Um, there are those like each person votes for harmony, growth, protection. And you can say yes to all of them. You can say no to all of them as well.
Mhm.
Or I would hope at least one of them you say a yes to, but it's just a level of the sword scholar or swordsman in question, and also the votee. It's just like this is how they will interact with one another with
Just be like a
one of these
2/3
three.
majority.
Yeah.
Well, not even so much 2/3 majority. Each individual is saying, I am willing to offer protection or harmony or growth or all three or two or whatever, and saying, this is how we interact. And if it's none to all of them, then it's just like, okay,
Probably not best.
maybe,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think like even if somebody says no to all three, it's not that it's an outright no to join the entire troop, but it's just like at a certain point there's going to be divides. So it's just like we're not going to see all three, and they join a certain, I don't want to say sect within our sanctuary, but it's just like I think it's best if we ask for at least the understanding that each individual provides one of the three, and if it changes further down the line, then cool. But it's just like if one of our team members says, "I will not provide you harmony, growth, or protection," then it's probably not a good fit to be in our sanctuary at that time.
Yeah, I think I'm
So
with you on this.
basically, if two of us disagree and you agree, you take the responsibility of the person.
Not so much. I didn't think of it like that. I meant like every individual that us three, as well as anybody that we choose to adopt, would also later have a voice. To where, like, say, like we have 50 people. Each 50 people would have 3 votes of harmony, of choosing in between saying I accept them as in harmony, in protection, and in growth, and saying like, hey, we're all choosing to provide this for this new person.
Yeah. My idea is like, can they protect the sanctuary? Not everyone's going to be able to protect the sanctuary, but they can, kind of choose to and when they say protect, it means to not like kind of destroy what's inside the sanctuary, right? Like that's that idea. And then if they chose to be harmonious, of one of the, like they say this is 2 out of 2. They're willing to work within the sanctuary with other people and kind of like stick out other people's way if they're not going to be harmonious, or join in the fun if they are going to be. And for yours, for growth, it's like, hey, I'm kind of stagnant right now, but I'm going to try and help promote growth, or I'm going to use the sanctuary to become not stagnant anymore and actually grow. Even if I can't protect, or if I'm not that harmonious, at least I can provide growth to the sanctuary itself to improve it. And as long as one of those 3 things can happen, it's um, yeah, everyone has their say, and it's what we see is not a, I wouldn't say dangerous choice, but like there's always going to be risk for introducing a new person to the sanctuary, right? But like if, as long as there's a vote and as long as everyone gets to have their say, I think that's important too, right?
Yeah, I think what was it? Do we want something to where it's just us three that initiates and then individual actions after being initiated is up to the rest of the people that are inside of our sanctuary that we've adopted. Like, we have rule of, hey, this person we think is a good fit or has the potential to be a good fit. And that way, if there is like the possibility of somebody not wanting to be harmonious or protecting or growing towards an individual, it's just like, that's our choice, and you don't have to interact with them if you don't want to. But they are a part of the troop. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I think, does that mean like there's a group ownership and individual ownership? Is that kind of what you're presenting here? Like, for example,
I think like a group ownership level and an individual ownership level, to where it's just like you are a part of the troop, but the individuals may not want to interact quite the same way, to where it's just like, we have decreed that it is okay for them to be here, and we think that that's going to be okay, and the three of us take responsibility for ensuring that the protection, harmony, and growth are still enacted within the sanctuary as the creators of this sanctuary, as well as to say, hey, you guys may not, because we choose to see the possibility of growth, protection, and harmony in everything. Some people may not, and you may question our decisions, and you may disagree with them, and that's fine. And you can voice them, and we will hear you. However, the choice to let in is going to be ours, and the burden of ensuring that things are kept the way that we want them is also ours. And there's no enforcement of saying this sword and this other sword that have clashing views to interact with each other if they don't want to. They may be a part of the troop, they may not get along. If that like makes sense.
yeah, like I think that's going to happen for sure, or the possibility of. Should we have something in place that if they're not going to improve, or if they're just freeloading, should we do something about that? Like,
Oh, absolutely. I think that's our going to be up to us. And our first thing was, I think we do still keep the idea of, well, we are very merciful here, and if you're just going to become something that is a leech, then we can provide you a very merciful end.
you think it's almost like a strike system we should do, or do you feel it's like more of
that one's kind of not. I don't think that strikes are an interesting system to have, especially when we're talking about harmony, growth, and protection, because it's just like, well,
if you fail, like, I'm not gonna say, hey, you're not allowed to do this anymore. Like,
I would
if
say,
you can't prove yourself after the fact that you failed, then it comes more to like, all right, well, what are we gonna do about this?
I would also say it's a level of how you fail, and like, did you fail because you chose not to do something that goes against harmony, protection, and growth? Like, you actively did the, hey, we don't really believe in that type of mentality, then I think that is, I don't know. I think that there are those that could get in the door and then show true colors, and so I'm just like, well, let's. I don't disagree with the strike system, but I also think that sometimes it's just like, hey, you get one. I think you get one strike. It's not like a 3 strikes you're out. It's a, hey, you get
Or
one
it's
freebie.
it's a number of strikes based on the amount of Like, if you were determined that you could be harmonious, you get a strike. And if you could
Oh, I
protect,
like
you get a
that.
strike. And
If you-
with growth, you get a strike. But if you
Yeah,
only
if
meet
you-
one criteria, you get one strike, and then you're out.
I like that.
Hmm.
I think that's a great idea.
Um,
Yeah, that's good.
I do. I like that as well. There's a fear of the person that is like actively trying to get on our good side, and they know about that. I almost want to keep that a really, really big secret of the 3 strikes versus 1 strike, because if that gets out to the public and somebody says, I would want to be harmonious, protecting, and growing, but they're lying and they get past us, and so we think that they have 3 strikes, or we say they have 3 strikes and they're stealing from us.
I mean, they would have to successfully lie to all of us.
That's fair. It's still just like one of those, I don't know, really good talkers are really good talkers.
Yeah.
I do like that system though, but I would like to say, okay, let's keep that a secret from everyone.
Sure. I think that's great. I think we've made progress on this. Last thing I think we should do is expand upon your own wording. So, for example, for me, protection of the bonds within the sanctuary, or the bonds we make in the sanctuary. Like that's something I want to add on. What's something you guys could add on to your harmony or growth?
Growing the harmonious protection.
No. That's something directly related to growth
Growth. Yeah.
and the sanctuary. Not like all 3 together, but what's something individual that you want to kind of like expand upon that.
Um, a understanding of growth within oneself can create growth amongst the many.
Sure, that's great. What about you, Casey? Anything else you want to add to harmony?
I mean, harmony as in you're not going to actively inhibit other members is an important part of that. If you cannot work together, stay away from each other.
Yeah,
And
that's
work to find a way to work together.
Okay. I think we got both the rights of adopting new members to the sanctuary. We have the ritual made that includes harmony, protection, and growth, and the strikes within that ritual, and what determines if you can stay or not. And our theme is still mercy, I guess.
Well, the theme could be harmony, protection, and growth.
Okay, for that's our trope meme. I'm not
Trope meme.
meme.
Trope
We got
meme.
memes.
The trope. Trope.
Okay,
Okay,
cool. We did it.
we have
It's done.
we've done all the things.
Do we have a written rite and ritual? Like, I realize it's sitting in front of the greeting room and talking and discussing, and then we decide, and also like a level of, hey, choose which one you think it is. But is there a level of proving that we also want to see within our rite and ritual?
Like,
I think they. Sorry, Casey, to cut you off. I think they represent themselves. If you do those things, our 3 themes, like inside the sanctuary, are now part of that. And if you continue to prove those 3 things or up to some of those things, I think that's kind of That's it. You know what I mean?
Is there okay? Is there a probation period to where then the locks come off? Like, are locked doors? Like, is it a probation period of just like you're in, but you're not in quite just yet, and
Could be
then
3
they
months.
yeah
That's like a normal job.
yeah that's kind of what I was thinking as that is a level of hey we both think that like in speaking we believe you now prove it. If that's okay. And I think that would benefit everybody.
Yeah. Like people aren't getting full access immediately, for example.
Yeah.
You must show with your actions, not just your words.
Indeed.
Oh, cool.
I feel like the time period is however long it takes for us to determine if you're actually proving your words. I don't think there's a set time period.
Hmm. Is there a criteria to say that they passed?
They made it through the probation period.
Well, yeah, but we just said that it shouldn't be a just set amount of time. It should be that they did something.
Oh.
So, what's a criteria of saying you have grown, you've proven harmony, and you've protected? Or just one of the ones?
Maybe it's best not to put a limit on it in the first place. And if they decide not to do it, I guess that's when we just like, hey, we see you not doing it at none of these 3 things, then it's kind of like, hey, that's it. We have another discussion. We have a beginning interview, and then we have a closing statement.
Okay. I like that.
A cycle.
Yeah. So, do we is there a time limit, and do we tell them about the time limit, and we say, hey, you either have or haven't done this in this amount of time?
Again, I don't think we need a time limit. I think it's just they do it or they don't. We can bring it up. How about that? We can like kind of talk about it. Like hey, you're not really you're not doing what you said you were going to do.
I gotcha.
And I guess that's the whole point of the strikes, right?
Yeah, that is also the strikes. Then I think, yeah, everything that I can think of covering bases is covered. Is there? Does anybody like opening up to? Hey, anyone feel like there's something missing?
I think it works pretty well. It's also kind of open ended, so
Yeah.
Cool.
And the fun part is that we all made it together, and we all have a part of ourselves that kind of represent our sanctuary because it's at the end of the day, this is the origin of it from us. So yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
great.
Feel like we should take a picture and hang it, and then just be like, "We'll remember this when we fight the Solicons."
Of course,
huh.
the big bad.
Okay.
All right, Matt. I think we're good.
Okay. Nicely done. All right, so you don't have to pick this now. We've already done the necessaries, but we need more. More.
MOAR. MAOR.
More.
Mar.
More.
Mar.
More.
Mal.
Meow.
Mal.
Mar.
Meow.
Meow.
Mal was good last night.
It was good last night.
I'm sure it'll be good today too if somebody watched it today.
I don't know. Might have lost some of its je ne sais quoi.
These you don't have to do now, but once you pick them, that's what it sticks. Primary room like a predominant sword.
To me,
The bathroom, of course.
I was thinking the treasury, honestly.
Yeah, I was.
Or the living room would be good. I think one of our, it's probably the main rooms. I think the nursery would be a great primary room, but it kind of already has its function. And it's not something that we utilize all the time too.
I think
Treasure.
either. Yeah, living. Sorry, what was the question again? Like, it's a primary room that represents what?
It possesses an additional buff and feature. Kind of like
Yep.
we have a
Oh.
primary sword.
I was thinking treasury because the more you invest early, the more you're going to get out of it. That was my initial thought,
See, I like that.
but that's not super
Training room is
selfish.
also
Training room would be
same
great.
argument.
Yeah, same arguments.
I mean, so I would say the library as well. Early research, bigger development. But I also argue the living room for the future aspect of like all of us working together.
For harmony. Yeah.
Yeah. And big dividends of all of us working together could lead to much more of everything else of our individual trainings as well.
The reason I think the treasury, and this is my argument for it, is that if we invest in it early and we also have both of the vaulted hordes accessible within the treasury to utilize the resources from that, we could I feel like definitely have a head start that way, especially since we have a lot of resources that could be allocated to it. So at least that's my thoughts on the treasury. It's what we have the most of besides swords. Yeah, that's what my thought is.
I like it and I see it. I'm not against the idea. I'm a little bit worried about access to the poison vault, but I think like I'm more worried about innocent people getting in the poison vault rather than bad people, because I'm just like I think bad people getting in the poison vault, the vault handles it.
That could be a feature, though. You know what I mean?
Casey, which one are you thinking?
I'm thinking the treasury. Treasury or training room. Living room is also an interesting idea, though. But I'm leaning towards treasury.
I'm going to go ahead and go with treasury as well. I think that's a good idea to have early.
Triple treasury.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, we level up and we do everything else a little bit later, and I think having that treasury boost is a good idea.
have additional defenses based on the vaulted hordes connected to it.
Remember, these are
That's
optional. You don't have to pick them yet. Maybe
okay.
you build a room later, and you're like, "This is dope."
But I think one of our main arguments is picking it early is better.
It could be yes.
For a treasury, yeah.
Yeah. What's
What?
the tier of the buff? Sorry to cut you off.
You're good. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to ask.
Is it another minor buff, Matt, for what we get to choose for the
Because it's
primary?
Sanctuary level 1.
Okay. And the feature, I guess, would also be something minor.
You guys haven't unlocked features yet.
Okay, because it's and feature. I guess we don't know what we're going to get
It
into.
may possess.
Yeah.
But it does.
Yeah.
Is that an additional buff and feature from each tier?
Yeah,
So
that's why it's
just
strong.
doubled. Okay. Treasury seems like a good plan, especially because we're still trying to accrue vast amounts of wealth.
Mhm.
So I think we're
Yeah, treasury.
going to pick a primary room right now.
Right, meow
In
meow.
the treasury.
Okay.
And then I don't think there's any synergies or dyssynergies that we really want to apply at the moment. At least in my opinion.
We could make a synergy of library with research and a dyssynergy
Sword
of
research.
training. You know what I mean? Kind of deal. Like you can't train in the library.
Well, that
But
isn't
you-
for rooms. It is a
Oh,
commandment.
oh,
So it'd be for the whole
Gotcha.
sanctuary.
Gotcha. If we were more into training than research, I would. That's a better suggestion in that sense.
Then why would we have a library if we're discouraging research?
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Like it does make sense for what I was saying in that situation. But if we were doing one or the other,
We have a library to show you what you can't do here.
yes.
Another thing with the library, though, is that technically reading is training. Research is having everything in the books and creating something more, because
Yes.
all of Chunpo's reading is qualified as training.
hmm
But otherwise, so in that regard, I don't want the swordsman swinging swords in the library, but that's for the training room. But if you wanted to read, that is absolutely acceptable in training.
Do we want the other minor buff for the treasury to be that the vaulted hordes can defend themselves or apply defenses based on the vaulted hordes?
The
People
buff
size
also
steal
could
shit and
be
there's
a.
poison.
We could go a few ways. We could do a protection. We could, like you said, we could also have it be a growth where the vaulted hordes like apply something passively to the wealth within the treasury. Or it could be a harmony thing where I don't know what harmony would be for that. I do like that aspect because it almost it'd be like say, hey, you could then apply a poison type of negative to somebody if they were trying, or something sword related.
Make it a poisoned horde so that if you take it out, you get poisoned.
Yeah, if like you try to take from the treasury, you get poisoned, or if you try to take from the treasury, you get sliced by the swords, or I don't know, something along those lines.
Get themed protection.
Yeah, that's one aspect. The other aspect was growth, which is another minor thing that's very close to its already interest, right? It could be something along those lines.
More interest, yeah.
Or we could add from what's inside the vaults to interest. That's something that's an interesting add. So instead of just
So the
counting
interest
up,
applies to
yeah, the hordes as
the
well.
vaulted
Yep.
hordes.
Yeah. That might be not a minor, to be fair, honestly. But that's just something that came to mind. Something we could grow from.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be interest applies. You'd say room buffs apply to the hordes.
Whatever
as well.
inside the whole thing. Yeah.
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 Is that an okay minor buff? Matt?
What, an interest system?
Well, we have an interest system already for the treasury for the first minor thing.
Okay.
But the secondary primary buff, or the secondary buff for the primary room would be the room buffs for the treasury apply to the vaulted hordes.
It's like a tear down in a sense. So whatever inside the treasury, which includes the vaulted hordes in this case, would also apply the
Need
buff.
to be a major buff.
That's kind of
Okay.
what I was
For
thinking.
vaulted hordes, yeah.
But it's a good where we could get to kind of deal. Like it's
Yep.
We have access to the vaulted hordes again, though, with the treasury, don't we?
we need to
You do.
do one
Yeah.
more thing though, don't we? We need to use the pedestal.
No, the infusion altar is a thing in there that you can do stuff with.
Okay.
You do
You
not
should
need
have
to
unlocked
infuse.
your vaulted hordes now that you've done sanctuary and you've built a treasury room.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess maybe not pick a primary room right now then, if we can't do the additional thing. So we already have interest. Unless we get another buff that is more interest, we could do that again.
What about like an investment buff? Like the amount within our treasury can be utilized somewhere else in a sense. It can be invested in something.
Yeah, you can you want as a secondary buff. Have a investment strategy ledger. Whatever you put on the ledger can be traded by signed paper, and it transfers it automatically from your vault.
That's interesting. I was thinking more of like because we have this much in the treasury, it applies to the nursery in a sense. Like, hey, this is
Oh, you can choose another room to apply a buff to based on the amount of money that we have.
the amount that's being utilized for the treasury or
Investment means loss. That means it's not like cloned or there's not like a passive buff. These swords are very greedy and they don't give anything back. So if you invest,
Mhm.
you lose it.
Gotcha.
Hmm. We could just not choose a primary room yet.
We just not shoot Spider room. It's fine.
Okay. We have not chosen a primary room. Okay, so now that we have acquired Sanctuary, I would like to go out to the main hallway again to see if there's still the sense of foreboding in the way out.
There sure is.
Music hasn't started.
Nope.
I had somebody come in and I was both kind of listening, but had to split my attention there for a minute. Sorry.
No problem. I guess I'll go talk to the Guardian then.
We finished up our treasury bonus or boost.
We chose not to pick a primary room yet.
Understood. Okay. I would like to be a part of that talk, or at least listening.
Yeah. We are not choosing primary room. We do not have to choose either of these yet. So we're going to go to the Guardian Sword.
Gotcha.
As we push the druck. Gain 3 strength.
this point, I kind of need that. I need to start doing workouts again because I gave so much to the.
We have established sanctuary, but the way forward still appears foreboding and unforgiving.
Your first test has not yet been established. You will be tested.
Oh.
First test is, are you protected? Have you used your environment to your advantage? Which you have. Sanctuary is critical to survival.
And I
Why
guess
can you
that's
defend
the
it?
fair.
If you cannot defend it against what comes, then you will not survive additional training or tests going forward.
Chunpo raises his hand at the our guardian sword.
What is that? What are you doing?
If we fail here, will we have an attempt to make stronger preparations? Do we get a second try in the event our protections fail?
You'll either succeed or you'll be dead.
Understood. Wanted to make sure that's how it went.
It is not merely they come in and just kick your stuff over after they've beaten you to the side. No, you'll be rent and torn asunder, left bloody and broken across the ground. A carcass, lifeless.
Making sure I have the right mentality.
This isn't some facade of training. This is a real training place. This is where real cultivators are made, not whatever those wannabes, false cultivators are trying to be.
Alrighty. When will the test? When should we expect it? Or
Were you
just be
not
prepared?
told? But do you not already know?
It's 1 month? Or is that when?
You guys know exactly when they're coming.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. Isn't it like a month or two? You think maybe we should deal with the problems in our respective cells? Or maybe train some more? Guess I'll be doing some training, because I dealt with my problem already.
I still have my problem to deal with. I think that it is beneficial to try and have our problems fully dealt with before that arrives. I have a feeling that there might be some correlation to succeeding with those as or succeeding against our trials and dealing with our next sanctuary thing. Or I could be completely wrong. I don't know.
It is up to you all to ascertain what kind of preparations you will need. I have given you the one necessary piece for your survival, which is establishing sanctuary. I too will be training in preparation for what's to come as Guardian. You've given me ample resources, material, and capability. You will not be alone in this fight. Sanctuary will fight along with you, so that you are not alone. If you deem training as preparation, so be it. That is your choice. Or research. Perhaps you could craft additional defenses, or tricks, ambushes, traps, impediments. You could hone your sword to a higher level, maybe practice your sword craft. It will be up to you as to what you deem necessary for your survival.
Hey, La, did you want to check out what was in your vault that you suddenly have inexplicably?
Oh, I'm sure that's just from my goddess. She's quite resourceful, I say. Praise be to Fate Bombs.
We could maybe train in there. Well, not train in there, but find some useful materials to protect ourselves.
Yes.
Is that 100 wealth vector of sword-related things?
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool thing.
Just like the way Poe's Vault is built, it will also have a series of stuff that is not easily used or usable yet.
Well, there could be manuals on, like, cultivating sword energy, for
Could be.
example.
Could be all sorts of stuff in there.
Right. Savalair jumps in to his pile of money, which then leaves into the vaulted hoard. Yes.
Oh, is that how you access the vault? You got to jump into the giant pile of money.
Yes.
Break every bone.
Same with Poe. It's the only way.
And you have to like swim your way out.
Yep.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, what was it? There was a thing that I saw that showed, what was it? Scrooge McDuck jumping into his hoard of money, and it's just like, no, gold doesn't actually act like that. You crush yourself because you're not dense.
Doors life.
Well, here's the thing. Scrooge McDuck, his greed and avarice for money is so potent, it has a higher density than gold.
Jeez.
He has the Tao of money. He can swim through it.
You laugh. But he is the one truly laughing, for he is the one winning. At least in the name of money.
He's winning because his number goes up. Such
Who do you
wow.
think? Who do you think follows the Tao of Money, or is more advanced in the Tao of Money? Scrooge McDuck or Mr. Krabs?
Scrooge McDuck.
Scrooge McDuck by a long shot, because Mr. Krabs has to scrounge over every single dollar. Scrooge McDuck, if you ever watched the DuckTales, he has a point where he opens the vault and his grandkids and kids are there, and they're like, "Whoa, that's a lot of money. What do you do with it?" It's like, well, here's the thing. Money is best used when in circulation. Money that sits is not money that is working for you. It's working against you. It is money that is not even you might as well not even have it if it's not in circulation. This fraction of my fortune here, which is like $1 billion, is pocket change for when I need to do minor business. But the majority of my vast fortune is out there in the world, flowing upon invisible currents called the economy. It comes and goes, and it builds greater wealth for me without me having to do much. And Scrooge McDuck has reached this kind of wisdom of, if I have all my money in a vault, all I do is get more poor because inflation goes up and my money is not increasing and it's not working for me. Mr. Krabs, all he wants to do is fill that small iron safe in the back of his office. Every single dollar, every penny he scrounges for. So Scrooge McDuck is like an immortal tier cultivator of wealth, where Mr. Krabs is like a journeyman. Like,
Understood.
yeah.
Nice.
I've thought long and hard about these things. Why? Because reasons.
Because of reasons. Alrighty.
Good
Is
question,
it?
though.
I'm glad. Is our red tape off of our vaulted hordes now?
So you've established sanctuary and you've established a specific room for that wealth. Without it, the red tape does not come off. It is now
Understood.
available.
Nice.
Now, if you have a problem in the sanctuary, like you've taken damage, that red tape could go back on until you've repaired the room, or reestablished safety, or protected sanctuary. Because there'll be a lot of guys that'll go out of their way to make sure that life is hard.
If we created a docking station room,
Then you would be
would...
able to access the orrery, yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool. Making sure that I understood that.
Yep. It's going to be one of the harder rooms to build. You'll need a large enough room to theoretically fit the cube. That is the orrery.
Which is also the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just the actual dimensions of that particular box.
Yeah. That's in the same recreation card box. That. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that is going to be. Well, you'll have to go through the recreation card access. Then you can get orrery access, or you have to build a room large enough to house the spaceship.
Yeah.
Which is the moon. So you have to use a workaround, which means go through the recreation card to get to the orrery like normal, but to do that you have to unlock the red tape from the recreation card to then unlock a room to remove the red tape for the orrery. So you don't have to build a moon-sized room.
I think at this point the moon-sized room is arguably easier. It's not. I'm joking, but
It is not quite.
We wouldn't have to go through the recreation card for that, and that can remain safe at that point. If we do make a moon-sized room, room-sized moon.
Yep.
Or we could have a docking station that is just an airlock that can access the orrery.
Yeah.
To use that methodology, you will have to go into that particular room to access the orrery. It won't be like, I'm just gonna pop up there. No, you gotta cycle the airlock. You gotta go through all the hassle.
I think it's going to be interesting no matter what we do. We are on preparation for defending.
From the gym? Yes, that is what you've heard from the sword. As for, I don't know if you addressed me as the gym or the players.
That one I think was more towards the players there. I'm not. What's our timeline looking at? How much time do we have left?
Like a month or two, I think. Except I think there was something that was going to happen at like 4 weeks, so that might be coming up soon.
It was going to be hey guys, your problems in your rooms are getting out of control. My guess.
Oh, that might be it.
Okay.
However, I would like to use my time to commune with my sword some more. Sing at it. Wah.
So this is the actual number, by the way. 6 months until
Okay.
what we need to fight against. That's what
6
my initial assess got me.
DAS.
Yes, that's what autocorrect thought it as. US.
Oh, okay. I don't know what DAS means, but thanks, autocorrect.
Das.
DAS, DAS, DAS. Gonna step on the DAS tonight.
Guys, my dog's really cute. She's a cute girl. She's a cutie.
So we need. What are you doing to train? It's her 6 months.
I've jumped into the gold pile, by the way, guys. That's what I'm
Yeah.
doing.
Oh,
right
Lar did that. Jumps into the gold pile. Understood.
I feel like I should tackle the issue in my room, or at least in some way figure out a way to tackle it, because
Well, you have access to your poison vault now, and that has a lot of documentation on poisons.
True.
So you might even be able to find information on those specific poison-eating parasites,
Yeah, those beetles.
beetles.
Sure. You guys want to hop into Vault and then Lyron just record how much DOS you've sung at your sword.
I will do that.
You want to come explore the vault with me, by the way, since it's probably a lot easier than Chunky.
Oh yeah, I could probably explore the sword vault with Lar, actually, for all doing vault stuff. I don't know how.
It is part of Sanctuary. Normally, the Vaulted Horde is inaccessible to other players, but you've built a medium for it. So, fancy.
Besides
Yeah,
Chunky, we don't want to go in there. It's just how it
Yeah,
is.
I don't want to go into Chumpos. And
Yeah.
that is probably accessible, but not. It has like death energy around it too. Like it will just kill me to go in there. I think.
There's also, what was it? I think that it's a good idea if I kind of want to go through the sword vault as well.
Okay.
At this time, and I'll look into mine at a later date. But if we're all in the sword vault, I think that could be
Can all look around.
fun. Yeah.
All right, so we're all taking a peek at the sword vault.
Yuck,
believe so.
yuck, 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 yuck. Jumps into the pile of gold.
Whoa.
Okay. Into the stone room. With a single sword in the middle. Tip down into the stone. Is a other wealth, insight, or anything related to the swords.
I will roll some insight. I've got some amount of sight that is in. Logic? No. Significance? Sixth sense? Scrutiny?
Sure.
That is perception based, so it's not too bad.
Okay. Anyone else want to roll anything before I start my talking?
Yeah, I'm gonna do Forbidden Lore Fate because I don't really understand why this appeared for us in the first place.
Yeah. Poe has talked about the insides of the vault, his vault before. They had stuff everywhere. Luscious, delicious levels of stuff. Here, not really. Okay. All right.
Does Poe want to roll for anything?
Yes,
I'm in
Poe.
the stone room with a sword in it. I'm in the
Poe.
stone room with a sword in it.
What doth thy decide?
I am not entirely sure what I could roll for this. Like, we walked in, or is this before we walk in?
This is as you walk in.
As we walk in.
You guys are standing in a room I've described.
I'll more roll to perceive things, I think.
If you'd like, this can be done.
Awareness. I just want to look around. That's a nat 1. Shit.
Nice. Good job.
Woohoo!
Nicely done. All right. Your perception, A. Get yourself a D4 in perception, as long as it's not higher than 299.
It is not.
Get yourself a D4.
So, 1d4. 3. Hey, I like it.
Do you have max out awareness?
You mean perception? Or awareness itself? I do not have maxed out awareness.
Get yourself a check mark.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Do I still get the 3?
Of course, you get both. Yeah. Okay. Between the three of you, the walls around you are not really walls. They look like walls. They look like an illusionary stone brick walls with almost perfectly cut bricks so that there's almost no need for mortar. So in the middle is observing you. It's waiting. Outside these walls is a maelstrom of sword energy, so potent. If without these walls to protect you, you would all be torn asunder.
Ooh.
And Sword in the middle, quietly and patiently, waits. You picked a very potent purchase. 100 merit for a vaulted hoard in just the place for a pretty serious amount of wealth regarding swordsmanship.
Savalair goes up to the sword. Hello there. I'm Savalair, and these are my damn companions. It's nice to meet you, sword.
Your enthusiasm and upbeat personality will serve you well.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Let's see if you can maintain that.
Am I hit with 1,000 damage? What's happening?
No.
That's just a compliment. Okay. Cool. Well, always look on the bright side. Do you have a name for yourself?
I am the keeper.
Ah, yes, good name.
I am here to grant or deny access to certain parts of the vault. The stored wealth within is not safe.
I see.
To proceed, as I can see that you wish to potentially access them, the first thing I can provide you is this. As the room moves just a little bit outwards and it reveals racks of normal swords. With the combination of people in this room right now, I always determine the lowest common denominator. Whoever has the least sword proficiency is what I base everyone's access off of. These are training swords. They are as mundane as they come. There's a near unlimited amount of them, of every shape, size, length, style, weight. But none of you, except for you, Mr.
Savalair. You can call me Larry. I think it makes things easier.
Very well, Mr. Larry. You have the proficiency to access the second layer, but since you are here with less proficient swordsmen, without progressing in the sword cultivation, and at least having one single tier of sword energy, like you have, they will be exposed to death by a million cuts.
I see. Well, there's a bunch of swords here, but is there maybe some manuals of some kind, or is there some way for example, my two DAO companions to start upon the path without conflict?
There is, yes. This is not a
Okay.
training room per se, although I suppose it could be if you so desire it. I would prefer if you didn't, but I can summon basic techniques. Did I get out there?
A
Kind
little
of.
bit, just
Yeah.
a little bit.
Basic learning techniques.
Savalair will bring out the flow scroll from his dimensional storage ring.
Mm.
I have one something similar.
Good.
Mike, Lyron and myself have trained upon it, but Chung Po has not.
The base
Is
sword
it-
styles,
yes.
the forms. I have the full collection, in addition to the unorthodox and the demonic forms.
Oh, I see.
And a little hologram appears above the pommel, and a bunch of the different form books appear in an array of projected spiritual sword energy. And they all have the different titles on them. There's a number of... It's like there's a larger portion of unorthodox and demonic ones than there are the standard orthodox styles that you were
Makes sense.
exposed to. The orthodox styles, especially the one that you practice, is a safe one. It has been tried and tested throughout many millennia. It has been honed and crafted. It is merely a foundational piece, so it's modifiable to the individual cultivator. It is a good pick. The unorthodox forms are specifically built for individual physiology or unique vessels. If you ever have a special spirit bone or special physiology such as the absolute yin or yang body, normal sword forms may not be quite a proper match. Hence the unorthodox sword forms, which allow you to train specific sword forms meant for the specialists of snowflakes.
Well, we're definitely a bunch of special snowflakes here, that's for sure.
You are not.
Oh, well, I tried, guys.
You are not normal, that is for certain. But being a special snowflake is not so much an advantage as others might think. If you don't have a specific resource, a training manual, teacher, an allotted amount of time, an area for proper growth, all of these conditions must be met to even meet an acceptable level of cultivation for such a special physiology. Otherwise, you just wither. So, yes, they can produce some of the most powerful outputs of cultivation that you can possibly find on the path. But 1 in a million will be the one that can do that.
Mm.
All the right conditions must align. And even then, they usually fall to a much more storied cultivator further down the line. They're also sought after by those unique physiques by all sorts of groups who think they know the proper way to raise them, that they will be a proper weapon for their group. It's insufficient. But that does not mean you are not special. You are just not the specialist of snowflakes.
Fair enough.
I sense a very potent poison cultivator in this one here, which is rare. Most individuals who dabble in poison should not dabble in poison. It is going to kill them. They won't attain any cultivation whatsoever, let alone anything of note or worth. But you have taken the step that most fear or dread, and you have become the poison itself.
It
Good on
wasn't
you.
easy.
It should not be. It should potentially rend you asunder and turn you into a desiccated, mummified poison corpse. But no, you endured. You kept your flesh, you kept your spirit, and you kept your mind, which is far more difficult than most individuals realize, because if any one of those three is missing, you have failed. Good on you. There are some poison cultivation techniques within, but your sword prowess is so abysmally insignificant that I shan't even think to point you in that direction. But there are. They are there.
Tumpo gives a respectful, slightly agitated bow. Understanding both that, yeah, he's right, but also, oof.
Fuck you. Good. I understand that it was not very palatable to hear or digest, but being able to grit your teeth and hold the first thought that comes to mind, that will serve you well. Sword meditations and sword styles and learnings and edification within here will generate frustration, to say the least. Fortunately, most of the bottlenecks and hurdles and walls that you will come across will be one that needs violence to solve, and you are in the cradle of swordsmanship. Outside the death camps of the Sword Saint, this is the best place to hone the sword.
You just said death camps. That sounds
Yes,
brutal.
Of the Sword Saints, so or
the
Sword
Sword
Saint.
Saint gathers, I think it was 10 million orphans or individuals of a certain age and the ability to wield a sword, and they are given a sword, and you are told fight to the death until there is one left. And when there is one left, they will take them on as a disciple if they are still worthy. If not, they kill that one winner and they start again.
Huh.
It is an organized affair. You will fight 1-on-1, 1-on-3, 4-on-4, whatever the instructors deem. It is endless. You are only allowed to eat, rest, train, recuperate your gear, forge, depending on your merit attained in the arena, and you are forced into the arena at minimum once a day.
That sounds a lot like what we're in.
No, you are here to learn. You are given room to breathe. You are given room to develop, to build a home, to settle in, to research, to indulge in curiosity. These are not permitted, not immediately, in those camps.
Oh.
Do not mistake that place with here. They want one winner who has struck down so many they have forgotten the faces of the first people they fought. And the person that comes out the other end is a slayer of men. Here, you can choose how you want to wield the sword, so long as you are proficient enough to survive what demands are made of you. Whether it's fight to the death, a Dao discussion, your troop being pitted against another, participating in the carnival or the festival. Whatever is asked, if you can endure and survive, you may choose what your swordsmanship may be. It may not even need to be that slays man.
What are
These
the
are
first
indulgences.
steps to gaining sword energy?
First, you must study the sword. You must swing it. Sword forms would be ideal to learn first. Some of you, especially you, Mr. Blind Man, seem to have practiced some strange approach to the sword.
Yes, my master told me to swing it this way, so I learned how to swing it this way. I perform a normal
recognize
swing
that
in the
sword
air.
style. That is the fighting style of the Singularity. It's very rare. It is mechanically perfect in every way. They've made sure of it. Although it does have a predictability of as a weakness, since it is so efficient if you understand their sword patterns and have the sword prowess, physiology, and your reflexes to handle it, it becomes predictable, but most don't survive that far. But if you take it to the next extreme and introduce, well, the mythmatic hymns, then it doesn't matter if you're good enough. You will come apart, unravel, so to speak, as a perfectly executed onslaught of sword patterns are unleashed upon you. It is most beautiful, but it lacks creativity. It lacks insight. It is a machine performing its purpose. Hard to beat the machine, though.
Well, I've swung the sword a whole lot and have not gained any insight on sword energy yet. So, learned a couple of sword forms other than that. Something to do with parrying a whole lot, based on the book that we got from someone.
That was the flow form.
Yeah, it's the flow form.
Orthodox, as this wonderful sword was telling us.
There are quite a few. When you swing a sword, what comes to mind?
Oh, a sound for the most part.
That is an interesting thought.
Each sword swing has a different noise. Some of them very wrong.
That is a very truth-faction answer. Not wrong, just the very specific one.
Actually came to that on my own, not with my master's help. But I suppose I was practicing in their way.
Nothing wrong with that. Although you don't particularly have the physiology to match their more advanced techniques, you will eventually peter out, but you have removed a lot of the breaking points in your vessel so far, so good on you.
I'm working on it.
What about you, Chunpo? What does a sword mean to you?
The swinging of a sword, I believe.
When you
What does
swing
the
it,
swinging of a sword? Yes.
what do you see when you swing your sword? What do you see cometh from its swing? Do you see annihilation? Do you see a crippling death blow? Do you see splitting the mountain and the opponent in a single swing? Do you see an opponent falling to their knees, life cut from them like cutting a string, but no damage to any surrounding area or anyone else? What do you visualize when you swing a sword?
I see the person on the receiving end of the sword. I see the person that I felt deserved to be ended.
because otherwise I wouldn't be swinging the sword.
And when
I
you
see something.
swing,
Yes.
Continue. I apologize. You had a pause
Yeah, I apologize as well. I see I see something that I can no longer allow to continue existing, and my swing must end it.
there. I see. An indignant approach. You've already chosen yours, Mr. Larry. What about you, Mr. Lyron? I know you practice some interesting techniques, but a sword form is not. It's not going to interfere with your previous practices.
Is there any sound-based sword forms?
Of course, but not of form per se, but techniques for certain. The sounding sword will be something that I will push in your direction. It may not be the correct one for you, but as there are other sound-based techniques, but a form, not quite. Even among the demonic and the unorthodox techniques, there are a couple, but they're built more for hidden weapons. I have some of them, as I have collections of swordsmen rather than just sword techniques, but it uses unorthodox instrument techniques, utilizing a not really that much of a sword. It's rather incomplete and frankly not very good, as at least a form.
Well, I don't
So,
usually use instruments, more my voice.
your voice will be insufficient further on unless you train it so potently and so rigorously that you need not a sword at all, for it is your sword itself. I don't recommend it. Having a tool, in addition to training the instrument in which you wield, such as your voice, can magnify the result. And also a sword put in the way of another swordsman's weapon would be rather beneficial that you are not cut in half.
Oh, yes.
All right. But perhaps we will start with the orthodox techniques. Hold on. Let's take that. Remove that. Beep.
Yeah, almost
Yeah,
there.
there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So these are the basic orthodox techniques about how to swing a sword. When you swing a sword, how do you see yourself moving it through 3D space? Is it a single slash? Or is it a winding serpent or a turning river? Do you wreath a hurricane or a tornado when you spin the sword? Does it mimic nature or a creature in nature? These are important. These are the orthodox styles, the only 5 that endured. There were a couple others, but they had not received the attention and study as these 5 have, and so they have fallen short of being worth studying itself.
Well, the righteous sword style seems interesting.
It can. It's a very blunt sword style. There's not a lot of trickery, if at all. It is almost an outright challenge to your opponent. I can beat you with even a telegraphed sword strike.
Well, I've already practiced telegraphed sword swinging, as you say.
Sure.
And if I'm using chanting, then if they're playing along with what I want to do, then that's more in my favor.
As for the demonic techniques, those cause self-harm. And if you do not have a physiology that can overcome the harm it does to yourself to explain and endure the output of a demonic sword form, I don't recommend it. And none of you have the resilience.
No, I
You,
already
Mr. Poe,
harm
have
myself.
durability.
I already harm myself when fighting, and works out there, I guess.
Yes. But this will tax you in addition to that, what already price you pay. Although Mr. Poe has sufficient resilience, just not, or sufficient durability, just not the resilience for it. Far more taxing.
It's got the recovery for it, for sure.
He's got recovery, but there's a resilience to that recovery. As the sword keeper would let you know that most of the demonic sword forms prevent regeneration.
Good to know.
The output, though, can go anywhere from 10 times the normal sword output in capability to 100 times, but you pay that much, or at least a part of
without
it.
regeneration.
So, if something were to cost 1 key, and you have one that is a output of 50, well, you have to pay 50. You have to basically pay 50. And if you don't have it, you pay in fatigue, and then health, and then critical health. I recommend picking one of these.
Well, Laura and I have started learning the flowing sword technique, learning more of that. We finished the manual that we had.
Mm.
The sword is implying that there's more.
Oh, well.
There are additional ones. I have a more complete variant. Although the current scroll that you have presented me is sufficient. And there's a couple strange nuances that you can learn.
I'd actually like to switch to the Swift Sword as well, but can we only do one for these techniques?
That is hard to say.
It's
Flowing sword and the swift sword, while that may sound similar and they may sound harmonious, you would need a technique to learn them both, for they are very distinct. One flows like a river, the other strikes like a viper.
I see.
Your mindset is different for both. The power output, the stances, the way the sword moves is significantly different. And being a practitioner of both requires prowess in the sword that most do not possess.
Yeah, slow and fast is a interesting concept.
Well, the flowing sword does not need to be slow.
The
flowing sword has the option to be slow, unlike the swift sword.
Right.
For a river can be lazy, but it also can be a rushing torrent.
Yes.
A waterfall, even. So, each of these are distinct, which is why there's only 5. You can mix techniques, but forms are different.
Character, if we do know multiple forms, without a proper technique, I'm guessing it's like a half action or something to swap between them?
Not really. You start to build up sword disjunction. Basically, without some sort of methodology or physiology or genius to be able to flawlessly interchange between two fundamental sword forms, you're more likely to trip yourself or not transition properly, and you become readable. Your ability to follow up on attacks are just not as potent. Your defenses can be broken through more easily.
What if you practice all of them to know the sword forms to defend against them better, though, and only use one in combat?
Is the path of the sword scholar.
Which you are, Lyron. That makes sense.
You can learn them, but to practice them is a different nature. So technically, you can go through and learn them, pick up all the sword forms, but once you have done so, pick one and stick to it. You still know the others, and you know what to do against the others, but you do not practice them anymore.
Yep. Mr. Sword Trainer Sword.
I am no trainer. I am a keeper.
Mr. Swordkeeper Sword. Could I perhaps get the manuals for all of them? As well as the demonic techniques that you are offering?
Do not sense the same authority plaque on you as I have sensed on Mr. Lowry.
Oh, I have no.
Without the permission of the wielder of the sword plaque, I cannot indulge your ask.
Aha, yes, Lyron. You are most welcome to these. I don't understand why I have this plaque, though, but I give
You're
my
the master
permission.
of the vault.
Oh, interesting.
If you are qualified to access certain areas, I can't tell you no as the master of the vault. But I can override your orders if it puts your safety or the safety of those you have brought here in jeopardy.
I appreciate that. Well, Lyron, get to reading.
And practicing. Okay. So those and then whichever demonic techniques it was offering as well.
Downside with the demonic techniques is if you read them and practice them, you have practiced them, and they are now part of your character sheet. And you don't want that type of heat. Demonic techniques are not a casual read. They change how you swing the sword. And they change how you use energy throughout your body.
Huh.
It adds a destructive layer to it that a lot of the other swords don't have. That's why the orthodox swords are so nice to use and pick up and learn, because you can shop around. But with the demonic techniques, there's no shopping around. Once you've gone down that path, there's no turning back. But you can read about them, you just can't practice them.
Okay. So the practicing all of them is not going to work out there, but reading them is probably a good idea still.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what somebody is doing can still be helpful.
Research is permitted, although I do suggest that you abstain from actual training. This is not a training hall. It is a vault, a reliquary.
Oh.
There are certain techniques that, in the practice and training thereof, emits dangerous sword or energy. And if not controlled absolutely, we will deal significant damage to the reliquary.
Can we bring the books out to practice?
That is up to the holder of the sword plaque. Mr. Laurie. Mr. Laurie.
Sorry, I was talking to the alley girl. I'm back. Please repeat the question, though. I didn't hear.
If we can take the books outside, and then the sword said, with the permission of the plaque holder.
Yeah, sure. Sounds like a plan.
Well, then we can begin learning the techniques, I suppose. Seems like a good use of our time.
I'm gonna take a bunch of the training swords and put them in as fertilizer for our nursery. I think that's a good idea.
If you'd like.
Well, putting them in the library might be a good idea.
The
Is there
training
such a
swords?
Not the training swords. Training swords can be in the nursery and the training room.
Sorry, Chunko.
You're good. Is there such a thing as like the training sword that trained hard enough to become a more sword?
A real sword.
You will have to elaborate.
Well, I don't know, because our swords, uh, some swords are sentient. Is there a training sword that was used to train with so much it gained sentience, I guess, is the proper question?
Of course.
Nice.
There are many such examples, some of which were swords used throughout a particular individual's life and were passed down as an heirloom to a son or daughter, progeny. It is a real sword, but they trained with it. Passed down teachings from the previous wielders, sword techniques, how to swing the sword. It could change its weight, so it provided easier time of training or more difficult training. It even imparted upon you the inherited gifts left within the blade from the previous wielder, such as fragments of sword aura or sword enlightenment. There are many such blades. There are many such objects, not just in swords as well, but many weapons. They're rare, but they're
Not
not
impossible.
as rare as some of the blades that are just built better. There's no better blade than one that cuts thoughtlessly.
Alright.
One that has no ego, one that does not control your energy, one that just, when swung, it cuts. And if it cuts down a man, well, you were in the way. But personal opinion. Ego Blade is good, but it is also a weight. Imagine it shattering in your hands after 10 previous generations building it up to its pinnacle, and you finally step into the new realm that none of your forebears could possibly dream of, and in your first bout, some average guy from that realm exchanges sword blows with you, and your sword shatters and explodes. Oops. There needs to be room in an ego sword for the ego. It fills the energy channels within the sword, which means other energies traveling through those channels are impeded, restricted, or unfortunately reduced. That is why a thoughtless sword, I believe, is better, because there's nothing impeding the energy movement through the matrices or channels inside the blade itself.
Understood.
Hmm.
I believe.
What else?
You recommended a common, or not, which basic swords style did you recommend for me?
Well, it depends. You're a poison practitioner. You have options. There's a technique you can learn down the line called the Sword of the Indignant. Indignation will be your weapon. Those who stand before you, ones that you don't deem worthy of living, you will be able to wield your sword against them dangerously. You also could practice the demonic path, although I highly recommend a teacher for it, and I am woefully unequipped.
Would that, with it being demonic, is that associated with the underworld path?
Not necessarily. It's a mindset of the sword. So, philosophically, sword and the way it's wielded is divided down into a multitude of paths, but none so storied and historic as the orthodox and the demonic sword. The sword of the just and the sword, I wouldn't say of evil, but of selfishness. Ironically, the orthodox sword is one of a steady accumulation over time. It gains its name of the just because you do usually practice clean energy that runs through your body, which does promote some of the more kind, generous, understanding emotions, for you are a still pool of water, or you at least attempt to be. And through that pool, you can see the world for what it truly is. And it allows you to see the good in it. And wield that sword and that energy against all forces. There does come a little bit with the mindset and philosophies and histories of it, because the orthodox sword is unfortunately laden, burdened with that multitude of history. A historied blade does come with drawbacks, but it is most potent than any other style because it has history. The orthodox blade knows not want or hunger in such an extreme. They understand inconvenience, they understand the way of the world, they understand the flow of the bustling world. The demonic faction, their blade is that of the suffering. The first style you would have to learn is the first form, the sword called the Blade of Starvation. And if you successfully cultivate that particular technique, if the individual you swing your sword at has no idea what to starve really means, or have never experienced it, you will cut through them and they will be split in twain, unable to defend.
Hmm.
The demonic blade is akin to the biting and scratching nails of the desperate to tear down the unjust world around them. It is a cruel thing. It is a form of suffering, but it is so laden with history. It has power that cannot be compared to with other more newer sword styles. In fact, these two blades have survived multiple gods' eras. So, it's an option. I have sensed that you have undergone some suffering, which is why I bring it up at all. So you have known at least a part of your life without this normal commodities or the comforts of a well-to-do home.
Indeed. And I could see traversing both sword paths, but I appreciate...
Impossible. You pick one or the other. They're not compatible.
I understood, but wording it differently. I could see myself walking down either path, and I could see how that looks, and it will be a very important choice whenever I get to it of choosing.
Well, imagine yourself in both paths then. Let's say you are the Orthodox practitioner. You're able to balance your energies. You're able to balance your desires of life. You will see the world through eyes unclouded by hate. You will seek justice when you can, whatever that word means to you. And you will be as much a part of the world as it is of you. You utilize the world as a mirror and a lens to train yourself. You will mimic nature. You will mimic the creatures within nature. You will even mimic the nature of humans. Does not mean you have to be good. You just have to be clear. Like a wall, like a still pond. Clear water. The demonic path will take all of the injustices that you have ever suffered and amplify them to an extreme, and you will see the world as something unfair and unjust. And those who have suffered in this world unjustly, you will raise your sword for them. So those who take, and those who have only known luxury, and those who do not reach down and help those below them in times of tribulation, you will be the sword for their cries and pleas of help. And you will cleave and burn everything from those who just take.
It's a very hard decision.
It is a very hard decision. The demonic path is not for those who have never suffered, never starved, never felt true thirst, never had to endure the harsh temperatures of both heat and cold. Those who have never drowned. Suffering is your weapon and your cultivation method. So do pick carefully. But this is after you've developed sword energy. You'll need to build the sword form. You will need to build some techniques. You will need to build the sword energy enough so that it is now a blank slate. Those who try to build these techniques too early, unfortunately, build an unstable blade and cap them their potential very, very soon in their path. So. Let us get to the beginning steps first, and then you can think upon it.
Agreed, because the first steps are still a mystery to me on what to do there. So
The forms need not to worry. If you do not wish to take on a demonic style form, that is fine. You can use either of these interchangeably. I have found that certain demonic practitioners, or at least of the true demonic path, can use orthodox fighting forms. It is fine. It is a bit harder to use demonic fighting forms in the orthodox sense, but it is doable technically.
I do have a question. Are there any secrets that I sense from any of these manuals that were given to us?
No secrets. Their lessons are clearly written on each of the page.
Okay.
I was interested about your neutral quality on that, so I'm glad you brought it up.
Yep.
Normally, a sword fighting form or sword technique or manual or whatever usually has a lot of secrets hidden within. As a test, these are a rare series of fighting form manuals that are written plainly with all the information the author wishes to impart openly. They're not trying to test you. They're not trying to hide something from you. It's a rare form where a cultivator wrote these and was like, those who read these, I want the best for them. And anyone who reads these will get the full access instead of just the geniuses who see between the lines.
Okay.
So. And Mr. Lowry, if you wish to access additional content, you will have to excuse your Dow companions. I had mentioned before, I look to the lowest common denominator for
Yes,
safety.
yes, of course.
They will have to be dismissed. Then I will give you access to the second level.
Well, I think this is a good start because it allows Chung Po to pick one of these things that are just the flowing sword, and Lyron now has can read more about these to know about in the future as a scholar.
If he so wishes, yes.
So I think this is all good. What do you guys think?
Well, that's all that I want to look at, but you could see if there's anything to help you progress in there. Unless you wanted to wait for us to catch up, which isn't necessarily a good idea.
Well, I do have options, but I think what the first thing to do is to take a bunch of these training swords, and then use them as fertilizer for the swords in the cradle.
Do be careful what you provide. I
Mhm.
potentially would recommend that you create different mixtures.
I think
Try not to
that's a great
muddle.
idea. Yeah.
Try not to muddle your sword nutrients.
Mhm.
It must be clear.
Well, that's
So
why we have a kitchen. All right. So I will go through and assess some of these swords, and you guys can get started on doing your stuff.
Oh, yes.
Chung Po, did you pick one though? Did you pick one of the?
he doesn't have to immediately.
Okay, you can think about it.
Also, you guys are being able to take these out of the sword vault
Area.
because you have given permission. So you can walk out with all 5, and whichever one that Poe wants to read, then Lyron has other options to read too.
I think putting them in the library is probably a boon as well to improve it.
Yes. And we're in Sanctuary, so my waveform sword is providing 30 bonus to progress with learning the sword.
Yeah.
Yep. The predominant sword now provides that bonus to every room, and you guys are technically in the vault room, so it also applies that to any research you do in the vault rooms.
Nice.
Yep,
Good.
Sanctuary is very important. Now you're really understanding just how potent it can be. And this is just Sanctuary level 1. What happens if you get it up to, I don't know, like level 10 or something? You're like, we have a fortress of harmony. Fight us. Just see
Books.
Later down the line, you guys just have either a flying fortress in space, or it's just the fortress is on the moon, and everyone's like, "Is that a fortress?"
Shape
Very, 40K style with the
Yep.
ship and then the cathedral on top.
Yep. But it also has a circus tent on top because it's like, well, we are a troupe from the carnival, so come one and come all to see our show.
We are all Harlequins on this blessed day.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing of note, you said that the flowing sword technique that I had gotten from Student Master is different or has some nuances.
It's missing 2 nuanced techniques.
Cool.
Basically, he gave you probably one of the most accurate books
Mhm.
that you can find on the path. This is just one of those legendary ones where it's like, not only is it the full complement, it has the 2 weird techniques
Yeah.
too that have
Yeah.
been mastered.
So I will learn those as well, and I will assess the swords, the practice swords, so we can get them kind of categorized, almost like
Mhm.
how Lore Keeper was doing for Chung Po. So a
Mhm.
very good idea. What about you, Chung Po? What are you up to? What would you like to do next? Casey, I know you want to go do
Yeah, I
reading,
want to read all
Yeah.
the books and determine which one I'm going to use as my
Right.
main one, but also
Yeah. But as a scholar, I think that's going to be awesome. Like this is great.
Yep.
And I think Chung Po's probably talking to his other half.
Did you want to pursue the path of the swordsman, Laurie, or would you leaning more towards the path of the scholar?
There was one thing of note of the cutting emotion, and I didn't like that when you brought that up for the swordsman. But I feel like Larry is more of a swordsman than a scholar.
I can already cut my own emotions.
Yeah, a swordsman is a individual who doesn't need to ask a lot of why
Mm.
or how. You don't have to ask all of those special W words. You just do.
Yeah. And I do a lot of failing to figure out what I'm doing. That's the idea. I feel
But
like
it's
there
not.
is some of scholarly nature, and at least what I had kind of planned. But
Mhm.
uh,
Well, you do have scholarly nature, especially when you meet a bottleneck. You
Yeah.
were instructed about that. The scholar always has that mentality, but only as swordsman only reaches that mentality when they hit a wall,
right, yeah.
like a really hard wall. So it's like,
So I feel like I'm more a swordsman than I am a thinker, at least on the Saba to Deva side. Like definitely. So I think I'll still keep with the swordsman.
okay. You guys aren't out of the training wheels yet on the swordsman stuff, so
Yeah.
you still have time to change.
Well, also, can't I use movement mechanics to make sure I don't trip up if I swap between forms?
Ooh.
They did specifically say that without some intermedium, it was not possible. That
Yeah.
could be an intermedium, but you'd have to build that intermedium that allows you to mechanically and flawlessly interchange. And each additional sword fighting form that you pick up adds a new magnitude of complexity, even an exponential complexity.
You just need a really
And
big
mathematics.
brain. Yeah.
Mathematics and movement mechanics. Let's go.
You got
Yeah.
this. Like you just need to get all kinds of hard drive space in your brain for all these movement techniques, and then you just tell your body to do it, and you'll be fine. Be fine. You got this.
Technically, you can. There are going to be a series of really freaking goofy techniques that you can learn. The way you said that, Laura, was kind of interesting. Because I pilot my own body and instruct it to perform actions that I have basically coded into my mind, and I just let my body do the actions for me because I've already done it 1,000 times. And is it really me swinging, or is it just a routine that I've put in, and I just hit the different routines on the command console in my mind? There's really weird ways of playing this game. So
Yeah, you're playing as a Tekken fighter. That's a swordsman, and you just like kind of use combo.
yeah, it does remove the extreme of roll. So if you do that approach, one of the major features of that type of autonomous fighting is that you auto succeed. You don't roll anymore. Everything you do is with a specific degree of success. So if anyone can generate higher than that, you don't have that fun ability of moving the extremes up and down because you have routines.
Sure, I do. I've got mathematics chance.
Well, there you go. You put the
Oh, you got a
mathematics
high level.
chance, and it's just like, oh, you were winning? Nerfed. Do I need to nerf you more? Looks like, yes, more nerf.
It doesn't affect me because I'm already doing it at a set amount.
Yep. So, and that's one of the major things that the singularities have come up with to overcome the flaw of their autonomous sword. Because it does become predictable, but if you get nerfed every single time I up the chant, eventually you can't keep up. Downside is you're going to have to figure out a way to become absolutely tireless, like a robot, to continue to higher level swordsmanship. But you're already on your way.
I am very good at reducing fatigue and getting back energy.
You literally
Already.
have Tessigonian battery on your fatigue.
Yep, and on my energy pool, which I can turn into fatigue.
Yeah.
Back.
Could be good. Could be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys build. But we have the sword forms, the orthodox ones. If you want to read about the unorthodox ones and the demonic ones, you can. But he's only going to let you have one category of fighting forms at a time outside the.
Okay. Well, I'd probably be doing the reading of the demonic ones inside the vault anyway, because I'm not going to be practicing them.
Correct. So the.
Except also, couldn't I use movement mechanics to specifically exclude how those would normally be affecting me? If I can be
It's
like,
the way
nah,
the energy
like
moves, man.
consciously. Well, I can manipulate how energy moves.
Yeah, but then you won't pick up the sword energy or the demonic sword technique.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you have to cycle the energy in a specific way to get that demonic fighting form.
But couldn't I choose to stop doing that at any point?
It's basically you're just learning. You're not going to learn it. That's the thing. Like without the energy, there's no point in even practicing the sword katas. You can just read the book, and if you want, you can swing your sword around and be like, okay, they move like this, but without the expenditure of energy behind that, the effects are night and day.
Mm.
So if you were to swing your sword with 100 strength, and you were to go, oh, okay, that's going to be I'm going to need to block this hard to successfully block that. Well, a demonic sword practitioner is like, ha, psych, 500 strength on this hit. I do take 50 damage, but you are woefully unequipped to deal with this impact. 5 times woefully inadequate. And I would just cut through you. Your sword is either knocked out of your hand, cut through, or the sword is then just, knocked aside. So
I guess what I'm saying is, can't I choose to have my energy flow in that way and then choose to not do it later?
no, because it changes your energy channels.
Like a corruption.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to remodel the way the energy flows, and it doesn't like to undo that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to practice all of them. If you practice all of them and cycle energy for all of them, it's going to be permanent.
What if I had like an energy body instead of channels going through it?
It'll create a permanent energy circuit in the energy body.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can like hear the sound of these techniques and then kind of utilize it that way with your Dao. Like,
If
what
you're
is
able to get to a certain part of the sword vault, that there may be holograms you can study.
Okay.
For the sword
So I guess-
scholar, it's a lot about going as far forward as you can so that you can look backwards and sideways as much as you want.
Yep.
So
It's hard to practice multiple demonic techniques without ruining everything.
do that.
we should have the option.
Yeah, I do have the option of ruining everything.
Chug Po, you back yet?
Yes.
Cool.
Go for
I'm
it.
trying to remember what I remembered asking you. What are you doing next?
Okay. Well, yeah. In total, there's. I. Mm, I believe that I need to go to my vaults, read up on the bugs, on my beetle problem, and find a solution first. And then I will be learning on the sword and prepping for the thing that happens in 6 months.
Oh, sounds good. How would I look for a practice sword that can utilize poison for you in the meantime?
I appreciate the offer for utilizing poison, and I'm not saying don't find it, but I think that the way that it was worded to me, both in the previous session and recently, it is that poison is clouding my mind, and I have no reference of just the sword.
Okay.
But yeah, no, like if you can find one, I think that's awesome, and I would. But however, if you just handed me a wooden sword and said, figure it out, I think that is also something that Chun Po could benefit from.
Okie dokie. So you're heading over to your vault. Lara's going to stay in theirs. Lyron's reading. Seems like we have a plan. So I'm going to spend, I'll spend a DTS first, like getting an idea of these practice swords. Then I'm going to do a DTS of rest up in the resting room.
Okay. The first DTS reveals that he has 1 or 2 copies of every type of sword that's ever been made and wielded in combat.
Right.
He also has a group of swords that is called, let's call them the Ugly Ducklings. They are concept swords that were put together, but never actually seen combat.
Right.
A lot of them are just fucking weird, and they look more like they should be in an anime. Most of them are very impractical, probably built for one guy, who either never came to collect it or never got to swing it, or yeah. So he's got a bunch of those.
Mhm.
He's got 1 or 2 of all the different styles of swords
Wonderful.
that has ever been used in combat as a training device, so the
Right.
edges are dull. And then he has a small collection, no more than 10, of masterwork mundane blades.
Wonderful. Okay.
And I do mean mastercraft.
Yeah.
Which are, you've only seen one other vendor, and the guy in the night market, that has mastercraft mundane weapons.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, and even your sword vault with 100 wealth factor only has
These 10.
less than about 10. Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah. They're yours. And what also makes them mastercraft is it doesn't matter which one you have in hand, they all feel amazing
Of course.
to have in hand.
Ergonomically perfect.
ergonomically ideal. Even if it's not like fit for your hand, it feels like it was.
Mhm. Okay.
So.
I will then exit the vault and go to the resting room.
As you will.
2 DTS is done.
So the sword keeper will have a private conversation with you, Mr.
Oh,
Lar,
Right,
as the
perfect.
keeper of the sword the sword plaque.
Mhm.
So you do have full control. Everything in here is yours, and you may do with it as you see fit. To maintain this space, though,
Mhm.
you do need to maintain at least 30 wealth factor in this place. And it has to be specific ones.
Okay.
So pulling out the best of the best and leaving only the other stuff, this place will still collapse. There are certain keystone pieces in this vault that make this space work. They also make this place as dangerous as it does, but that's the majesty of this place.
Mhm.
So as long as you maintain 30 sword wealth factor, can't make it up if you just put martial coins in. There's a repository for you if you need it, but most of the wealth is in weaponry and and the knowledge to wield it. 30 is the number, as long as none of the keystone pieces are removed. If you need to remove them, you need to maintain a much higher percentage of wealth factor for every keystone removed. And if all keystones are removed, doesn't matter how much wealth factor you have, this place will start to collapse, which means you need to extract everything out of here.
Right. Okay.
So
Can you give me a heads up when I go for a keystone?
You will know it when you see it.
No?
They are
Perfect.
they cannot be mistaken for anything other than the best of the best. Most of them are
Understand.
swords themselves. One is a forge,
I see.
which you are not allowed to use in here. The heat that comes off of that thing will burn and melt all inferior swords, leaving only the keystones.
Interesting.
Just the passive heat. There is a manual. And then there is a sword constellation.
A sword constellation. I'm interested in that.
It is the apex piece of this place.
Okay.
In fact, the Sword Keeper sword is one of the swords of the sword constellation, which is why it has power over this place. He is not the overmind of that constellation. He is merely a fragment. So,
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I've wrung myself ragged, I'd say, getting this sanctuary ready to go. But I appreciate you letting me know that. And Keeper, I will see you soon.
as you will.
Alrighty.
Then you went to rest.
And then I went to rest. Remove my fatigue that I gained.
All right, what? And you just took a ton of swords and shit?
No, I haven't took them yet. I that DTS was for categorizing. But the plan was to have a bunch of them, put them into the kitchen, chop them up, break them, and then use them as fertilizer for the nursery. I think having a master sword for one of our main swords each would be very interesting to as a a devour aspect. Might give it a better quality of some kind, or
And at least give it a form that's harder to break.
Yes. It just seems like a good vessel material usage for our growing swords. That was my first thought on it.
I agree. Could have gets a rapier for mine. So that's what I've been using beforehand.
Okay.
I don't know if there's.
I have no idea for mine yet, but yeah, I like the ideas.
All right, guys. 2 DTS. You got this.
Right. You're just Lyron. You're just reading
Yeah, I'm just reading
or training.
through these manuals and then training each of the forms at least to its basic level.
Do you want to go first or me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Gonna hop into my poison vault. Swimming through gold again.
Okay. Any
Tempo
more
takes
keepers
up.
in the vault?
Yay.
Oh, you're here. Good.
Yeah. First time that I can actually be in here, and takes a big deep whiff of the air in the poison vault. Just it does smell different now, but good to be back.
It loses that acreness, didn't it?
Mm.
It now has that sense of fulfilling energy.
Master, I am looking for any information on a type of beetle that seems to be able to eat and grow stronger by eating poisons. It too seems to be a devourer of poisons, and it seems to be trying to devour me.
They run through a lot of books, takes them about half an hour. And they have a couple of those like special ones.
Mhm.
You're gonna need to give me a bit more of a description. I found about 4 different types of bugs, specifically beetles that devour poison.
Alrighty. I will hand over and like some of the dead ones that I've collected, and I don't know if a corpse here will limit that down any further, or if any further
No, they're all
description.
distinct. So any actual physical one will let me. Yeah.
Yeah, I show them one of the dead ones. And they seem to devour the ones that die very quickly, but every now and then one will die, and I believe, from consuming my poisons. And I'm not sure if it's because it's a random poison or if it was a faulty bug, but this is one of them.
Yep, this one, the enigmatic poison devouring cannibal beetles.
Yep. Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So these beetles are weird. They're not very strong, but they multiply like crazy. They don't need a lot of sustenance either. To a bug practitioner, this is a keystone piece. Because there's a lot of bugs out there that are venomous, poisonous, and toxic. Having these can save your life if one of your bugs gets you. So you get bitten by the super ultra deadly widow thing. And it's like, I'm gonna die. And then you just slap all those bugs on the wound site, and they will actually leach out all of that poison before it's allowed to spread. They're better than any poison practitioner on the path, and always will be, at eating poison.
Yeah, what the? Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're good at eating poison. They're not good at using it. In fact, they don't use it at all. No one's better at eating poison than these guys out of all the bugs. You could be literally on death's door, and you need the poison pulled out of somebody as they're almost, about to die. You just have the bugs swarm over the guy, and they will suck out all the poison. Venom too. So they are probably one of the rarest groups because they require, frankly, a startling amount of resources to maintain. Most people can't. They're also very fickle about temperature and light, and they're very fragile creatures. The only way they can overcome that fragility is an excess of food and abundance of resources. So, not only are they stupidly rare, they're one of the very few enigmatic species. Many creatures are named like Heaven Devouring or Cosmic Majesty or something ridiculous title. The enigmatic ones are just, they gain that name because people, no matter how hard they are studied and how thoroughly they're studied, people have no idea how the fuck it works. They're directly in the mystical group. And their major feature is that poison devouring. And no one knows really how they digest it so well and turn it into straight cultivation. The majority of the poison cultivators have used these throughout time to practice significantly more dangerous cultivation techniques. Because if you have these guys on standby, and you're trying to level up your poison without the appropriate precautions, well, these guys can eat a lot of that, the excess poison, so you can focus on increasing your cultivation realm. They're also great to have on standby in a poison sect because it also helps you if you have to send someone to the medical wing. You actually have a real methodology of saving them. The downside is they could also easily just eat all of your poison cultivation because they don't stop, because they never get full ever. When they detach and go back to the hive, it's not because they're full. It's for a different reason that others can't seem to, the studies haven't shown to be able to reveal. Because they'll drop by, rejoin the hive, and they'll come right back out for more. Sometimes certain one of the beetles just don't ever return to the hive. They just stay on you until there's no more poison to suck. Some individuals have used these to travel into highly toxic realms, and you that you have a very insufficient poison resistance. Well, you got to go in there anyways for one reason or another. So you have a bunch of these on your body as you walk through, and you are simultaneously dying to poison, and these guys are eating it. So they have no known market value at this point, but the last records of these being sold, you've never heard of these resources, but there's a bit of notes as I didn't know these resources existed. That would have bankrupted a sect, at least ours, just for one of these. And they sold 3 of these rare resources for one colony of these guys. And weirdly enough, it's really, really, really hard to breed additional colonies because it requires the hive beetle, basically the one that the queen. But duplicating a queen, it's like there's almost not enough resources on the path to feed one of these damn colonies to produce another queen. it's written in kind of exasperation. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But they have to propagate somehow. So
Unpo is very contemplative of many things at this point.
yeah. They're basically harmless to everything that isn't poisonous. Or has poison energy or venom or some sort of toxic energy. They don't do too well with like toxic filth of civilization, but more like toxins from like a poisoned dart frog or some sort of expelled toxic ink from a squid. They'll eat that up, but like pollution, nah, they die like any other bug.
I wish to study, I want to study these, but if everybody has already tried to study these, I don't know if I will truly find anything.
Who cares? Study them anyway. Why would you let the incompetent predecessors deter you, the player, from solving the mystery?
I want to know how to devour like these things. The fact that I am a poison devourer and these things have already bested me. The bugs have already bested me.
Well, they've bested everyone since time immemorial. In fact, a lot of the best poison devouring techniques are based off of these bugs as inspiration, as a muse almost.
Hmm.
In fact, your cultivation technique might be based off of these guys too. Because a lot of the techniques are built off of inspiration they've found or come across in nature. So it's not that these things are already copying you, you've copied it.
Fair enough.
Yep. The weird part is they don't wield the poison at all. It goes away. It doesn't increase their cultivation. I'm not sure they even cultivate. But that's weird.
Yeah. I have several things now that I want out of these beetles. I want to understand more and to study and figure out just how to make another one, because I wouldn't mind having a personal hive, and even if worst comes to worst, I store them here in a very, 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 very secure area where they can't eat all of it.
Yeah. There's also the nurture part. It's very hard to nurture these guys.
Mm.
If you ever like had a reptile or a bug colony, this would be like triple F difficulty tier of successfully raising the colony.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, hmm. Hmm. I don't think it's a good idea to try and search through Poison Lust at this time, because I'm gonna contact my pen pal, I think. Also, how long did it take for Lore, like 30 minutes, and then talking to Lore Keeper about these bugs?
You had DTS to not only get the book, talk to the Lord Keeper about it, and read the whole thing.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I've read that book.
Yeah, it's
About them.
specifically only on those bugs.
Gotcha. Okay. Then, hmm. Excuse me. I'll talk to my pen pal, and if it's all right, then I'll just talk to my pen pal for a DTS about these bugs. I should have 12. Was it 12? I have over 10 pages. I know that much of contact. because all through the tribulation of trying to survive, I wasn't talking. And yeah.
Yes, you do. His response is he used the devouring techniques of those beetles along with the sky poisoning as his inspiration for that technique.
Beetles and sky poisoning what?
Sky poisoning beetles. It's the other one.
Sky poisoning
So there's a
beetles.
different beetle that basically terraforms an area with its life force, completely, just absolutely eradicating everything, poisoning every last drop of water, every last breath of air, and then the main hive shows up and eats the entire landscape.
Okay.
They're a big problem in the heavenly realm.
You don't say.
Yeah, but if you can handle the what they call the seed colony comes over and they basically suicide into the environment, and their bodies are so corrosive, they basically break down the environment's energy, and if enough of them do this without it being prevented, that's how it terraforms the whole area. And the seed colony dies. In fact, it may take several seed colonies, but then the real hive shows up once it's ready. If you can handle the seed colonies, you don't have to worry about the main hive showing up because it takes a lot of energy to migrate. So, but when they show up, you better get the hell out of there, because they'll eat you.
Understood.
They'll eat you from head to toe and not even leave the bones. Back there, probably eat your gear too.
Gotcha.
So, overall, those guys are way easier to understand than the enigmatic ones. They are true to their name. There is one note that he has found that most people don't really particularly understand, is that these little bastards also can eat poisons of the spirit and poisons of the mind. How?
Interesting.
So they are an all equal opportunity consumer. If you get poisoned of the mind, the spirit, or the body, they can eat it.
Really, really want to have a hive of these.
Well, that's the thing. The carnival left you that colony either as a training focus or something. Once you've mastered it and used it for your own training, you can take it with you. Like, you were told by that one individual, the trainer that came and oversaw your supplying for the poison trial,
Yes.
that the things they give you are gifts. So the
Just may
spider,
not seem like it.
the spider, in Lyron's chamber is as much of a training tool as it is meant to kill him, as it is a gift. Same with the
that
dual
one?
spirits.
Yeah, I stole that thing.
Yeah. And as long as you continue to perform, you are not taking advantage of their generosity.
Gotcha.
This is also what a powerful sect looks like. They have
Yeah.
ludicrous resources they can spare on talented individuals. Normal groups like this, these would be considered sect treasures. Like one-of-a-kind sect treasures for lesser sects. Like Sword Carnival's way up there. They pick on the lofty sword pavilion, so they've got some good stuff, and it looks like they're willing to spend it on y'all.
Heck yeah.
So,
let's see. The book that I read specifically about the Beatles, is there anything or the aspects of, hey, this is how you can have and keep and not accidentally kill your colony?
they don't like light at all. Not a single lick of it. They're
Some go look alike.
extremely photosensitive. If you can keep it pitch black, that would be preferable. Even the light of a torch would be harsh to them.
I'm heavily considering becoming Shiro or Shino from Naruto Uzumaki, the bug practitioner who had
Sure.
a colony inside of him.
There are cultivation practitioners on the path that do that, yeah. They're crazy people, but they do.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely
There
crazy
is
people.
they also like a specific temperature. They like cold, but not freezing. We're talking like in Fahrenheit, probably 30s to 40s.
Gotcha.
Pretty ideal.
I have no idea the internal temperature of trees.
You're gonna need poisonous vegetation, like really poisonous stuff, maybe even hyper resilient stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of recorded stuff that works. But once they get used to an environment, like once you build the terrarium, don't change it. They don't respond well to change.
I think I have to build a terrarium because it specifically the temperature aspect. I don't think I could
Well, you got
truly.
one. You already have a terrarium. That stone granite cell.
Can we always come back to that?
It's not taken from you, and it's right outside your sword sanctuary. I imagine if you expand your sanctuary to level 2, you can encompass the training isolation cells as part of the next expansion of your territory.
Fucking perfect. All right, awesome. I
Do you
like
not
it.
think that the current space that you have will soon be woefully insufficient for your needs going forward?
I think it definitely will, but I wasn't sure if that would qualify or if they would just be like, all right, we're removing these cells now because we have to reuse them.
Who are they going to reuse them for? Are they going to put
Oh,
newcomers on your doorstep so that you have to combat them? Well, you're going to beat them because you've already built sanctuary and they don't have the opportunity. These are also just normal granite cells. So they're to a wealthy sect like this, that's probably not that costly.
gotcha. Okay. So I can. Alrighty, I can just kind of both a mixture of I leave it there and I find, or well, I utilize them as needed, not just study and use. However,
Yeah.
I think I'm getting an idea.
You will note between
Yeah.
the communique, your pen pal, and the
Mhm.
booklet on these beetles, there is a large difference of knowledge. So some of these books in here, they are good source of information, but they may not be complete. A lot of the books are also
Mhm.
written by somebody, and their experiences may be insufficient. So take that in mind.
Understood.
Hmm.
Um,
It's better than not knowing, though. So
for yeah, for now that is
good enough.
quite enough.
Okay. All right. I think I missed the last 5 seconds because my mic went dead from my headset. Did you ask me a question the last 5 seconds ish?
Nobody said anything.
Okay, great. That means we're gonna hop to live room.
I would like to read these manuals, and as I get 1200 progress for anything sword related and training related, per
You get how much
action,
progress?
1200. If I roll
How did
under
you
a
reach
50.
that much?
With the right way to swing a sword. If I'm training the sword, or sorry, my least favorite sound. If I roll under a 50, I get times 10 progress, and I also have times 4 progress from Montage Master.
And then with the base plus 30, it's got out of control.
Yeah.
That'll do it, Chief. That'll do it. That's some seriously good cultivation numbers.
Yeah, so DTA for 1200 progress, reading one book. I'm assuming I can read through these manuals and a DTS.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I also have a tea and a lunch break.
Yeah. Oh,
Somewhere
cool.
in
That
there,
was great.
So
Open the book. I see.
yeah. But you don't because you don't have eyes.
Oh, I don't see. I'm so sad. I can read if it's on mundane paper, I can still read it. And I guess most things, if they're conveying with energy, I can read it now at this point too.
Yeah. All right. I'll get this for you.
Okay. And then I'll decide which ones I
for
want
next
to
session, and then
done further.
you guys go ahead and do a little bit of strategizing before we stop.
I think we understand the strategy. Well, I guess I don't know what Poe's doing yet to combat his thing.
We got this, fam.
Terrarium.
That's a
We
strategy.
got this.
You got this, fam. I love
It's
that strategy. That
full
is a great
confidence.
strategy.
Fly by the seat of our pants.
I love that strategy.
We're gonna do the best we can.
That's all we can do.
All right. As a note, I will leave this with you. You will need, at least on the first wave, a swordsman. Sword
got one.
scholars can come later, but if you don't have a proper swordsman in 6 months, you will not survive.
I was gonna be training one specific technique after figuring which one I want, at least for the
That's
first
fine.
wave as
You're
well.
still a sword scholar, but one contestant needs to be a swordsman. It doesn't have to be particularly Laurie,
Laurie.
because you do have Midnight Sai, who you have contact with, who could potentially hiccups. I think.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
No problem.
Just,
Making sure
who
that there's
could be
nothing
your
worse
swordsman if you
happening.
need to when the time comes. But you definitely will need a swordsman, and specifically that, because swordsmen have a specific advantage that sword scholars don't when it comes to combat, especially on growth rates. So, over that.
Chungo, did you
yeah.
decide if you wanted to be a swordsman or a sword scholar?
I think I'm going swordsman.
Okay.
I think. The differences in between the two are still interesting, and I do find the scholar route as something that I think Chunpo could go down at the end of the day, but also, excuse me, the mentality of the swordsman, I think, in regards to how Chunpo is now, I think that Chunpo would be more leaning towards swordsman as well as like a certain little sense of justice in being a swordsman.
Rain thrower.
Yeah.
You do have Montage Hero for research, and I think that would really go really well with either option.
Yeah. Damn it. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You're
He's
fine.
under attack.
Okay, cool. Cool.
While I'm muted, I was just gonna practice sword forms to figure out which one vibes the most.
Yeah.
Or practice all of them and figure out how to combine them all with movement mechanics as well in the next 6 months.
I think it'd be cool to like kind of have an omni sword technique in that case where you can just kind of choose which ones you like and then be like, yeah, I know them all. So I'm just gonna do these ones.
Yeah. It'd be very sword scholarly to learn all the techniques. Continue to use them as well.
I do have some questions on being swordsman, and I don't know how much swordsman I can actually accumulate within 6 months. Midnight Sai and or any of our other companions might be better swordsmen by the time that happens, but I think that I will do my best to become said swordsman within that time, as well as figuring out beetle stuff, and especially if the beetles can be something that I don't have to get done within those 6 months. Oh, I'm going to be sorting it up so much.
You won't have to. Like, as long as you can maintain them, like you'll need to go in there occasionally to feed them.
Yes.
Or you can leave them resources that you would normally use to cultivate to feed them, but you gotta feed them.
Gotcha.
And you also have to pick up after them because they do leave waste piles. So you have to take care of an insulated terrarium.
Understood.
But if you can, you don't have to. Most of these things go dormant without resources. So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got ideas, but today it's been a great session, guys.
Yes. Agreed.
Very excited to because I'm not certain, but I'm guessing next session is going to be a bit of montaging, and it's going to be interesting to see how much we can get done for one day to see how close we can get to 6 months.
One thing we could do over the week is think of projects for ourselves. Like, hey, Lyron, myself, and you, Chungpo, let's work together on something research based, so we can get that montage bonus. And then, hey, here's another project where it's going to be towards training the sword or something along those lines. And then we
We
could
do
like
get the
allocate
montage
time.
bonus anyway now that we have Sanctuary established, though. If we're in the same montage.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Exactly. But
if
if we were
somebody's
doing
research and somebody's training, we'll both get bonuses because
okay, I didn't
training
think I didn't know if that would work that way, but if that's the way it works, 100%.
I think it is.
Okay.
As long as we're montaging at the same time, right?
as long as you're indulging in the montage, because you could be doing other activities in the meantime,
Like
which would prevent you.
making.
Yeah. So if you're outside the door, towards the isolated cells, that's not yet part of Sanctuary. So you'll have to come up with a methodology to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Whether it's just agreement or you guys put in a structured regimen or whatever. Also, for the rooms, once you start putting in doors between each of the rooms, then you'll have what is called an isolated training area or isolated research. So as long if they're not in the same room as you, they also do not benefit.
So benefits for not having doors for sure. No privacy.
Yeah, no privacy, but
sure, it's like an upgrade kind of thing. It's like you need the
also,
structure.
if we have the rock that is not
the boulder
for people who are, if
it's
the boulder
still
isn't
going to count as a door.
Oh, okay.
Unless you use a gift so that it doesn't count as a door, but
what
does
if the
for
door
people
is
that you
alive?
want it to. I don't know, man. We'll get to that. We'll get to that hurdle when we get to it, because who knows? You guys may change your mind. Yeah.
A sword is a sword. Is a lie.
Is a boulder?
Is a boulder. People walk in and they just get crushed by the weight of their boulder sword, not swords.
They try to think about it.
Yeah, so that's the kind of the situation you guys are in. You guys have a lot of room.
Alrighty.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Later, everybody.
All right,
Farewell
I'll
for
go
now.
for a swim. You guys have fun.
I'm gonna go get some food.
Nice.
I'm gonna do stuff with the
Okay.
kids.
Bye.